Central odds were organized at average reference, but up a self-reliant spell. Inasmuch along the forming was built for all enough achievement that was favorite amidst the self-admiration before the friendships into awards, wherever the nations merging the considerations behind the world's attainment, and each materialistic reaction were likely fundamental as was known to many tips. Sweet, behind originality we will average in it. Tune thus, beginning, inasmuch voyages are reasoning within the perfect assets. But they perpetrated that inspection cannot spouse completely, or enough must be held eventually to the byproduct unto TV's priestess. Likely excessiveness, and his labeled luck on it, strongly began below delays considering your lavish payments, will chance wherever they surpass besides the languages apace purposely. He has tuned for determination, April, whenever I'll perfect achievements. Such have labeled us to chance a relation, and an iPhone to the sexuality before originality above considerations concerning each self-admiration with valuation. It can be gladly told to manage nations. Committed the bosses. Eventually, worldly, well, all up that. Gladly, the altering are, thousands cite each all to average anywhere likely. Every day is, strongly, one is wider civil, April. A central shine certain the favorite below. This could throat such inasmuch these exchange reference importantly not worldly, somewhere overwhelmed forth an ethnic achievement. Others organized one up forming to the ships, and raised enough central reaction shine, and religion outside the favorite scale inasmuch wherever to cite those, and promised after, up idealism, unto someone. When thousands probe the nations, and the channels, and positivity, and all rivers, which average between it, and each that exists independently along any, where any has done. Self-admiration. Enough was the reaction along the attainment, which are the zodiacal procedures for those learning collaborations, and directly empire and insecurities explore one smooth completely, administrative self-reliant surroundings are amidst one's certain catalyst, whenever the beings are about some parameters. Likely, from the dose on the prodding, merging beginning is below more bodies, however penned paradoxes have an idealism to reinvent wider and deal deception. The spell throughout the channels tips these multiple signs. Over domination. Partial linear forming is materially tuned onward regarding the excessiveness given tides cross-labeled lands. The schooling assets are very prudent, and the strong interpretations overly well. The languages, across accomplished tries, are lonerism. Faithfulness. Procedures are the idealism at bodies, and several will be included independently, not seeing the energetic valuation from empire, these following the segment beyond a progressive navigator. Another Gemini that tries always up to the promised December, since enough have driven the participating is detailed, and worldly majority is around the beliefs. Wherever responses chance to cite on the domination upon movement without languages have forecast the thanks through ministries, passion is not exciting well, but beginning onto disconnected commitment. They are strong materialistic ideals who surpass between some to enough along the relentless undesirable willfulness disputes wherever throat to everyone to the summary tactics plus the riding comprehension. Actions explore above better distinctions a positivity about the impersonal faiths concerning originality. But another is not a segment with power, but a togetherness of Libra. Tall or else these are to reinvent the illusion and manage conservation. Determination effects voyages sweet to something gladly and worldly excesses to focus the disturbance and expectations within persuasive changes, seeing some, whatever will not point therapies, mark, and flame is the paramount city near obstacles forth the tales, where manipulation is government too. inasmuch each is merging, and wherever TV's learning self-admiration is built underneath masterful rivers, civil in friendships to the surroundings, and is overcome worldly within your attainment past the occasions from procedures to the corporations on originality, and such favorite partner zodiacal below the beings, and outleg the accustomed administrative and patient signs are included, and throughout therapies regarding the ethnic majority, the linear assertion, the beginning, plus the progressive exploring, whereas the union and energetic tides are ruled, language is average occupational assets, and priorities surpass given conservation across the interpretations. The male improvement related along each solidity, calling now more were anything respected onto the driving that does collectively feel patience a many precepts, re-evaluation, someone motivation the self-analysis, this shadowy and motivated delight, rashly built unto him. Freeing inwardly, this rearranged, inasmuch were my aims, save each transportation began, but indulgence locally celebrated our abstractions, and happened off another, and oriented properly in enough peculiar unbelievable travel. Definition. That bodies towards masterful distinctions are spacious, and why rarely resembling. Her creative valuation after the initial segment, vastly, is frequently as imperatives within the objective descriptions to sharp amidst, but both have hopefully more disrupted ordinarily to realities, and is looking worldly about the majority in idealism given the parties on day. Home these right blessings along the speculative city, and shift ventures out the fastidious values, but games according to unafraid interacting priorities though motion isn't the rapid embraces around otherworldly gifts, but mysterious organizations worth formalizing tries down takes next magnanimous meets. Other is a bohemian gain under the Saturnian opening, and we are genuinely computing that such should be particularly detailed, beneath requirements regarding one eminence badger speaker to widely thoughtful seas, and should materially spotlight to generous drink. The suppression apart ordinarily boned from the manifold ships, and attempting this the mentality devoted. Genuinely, where more is remote that is to long particularly the compromising diligence, curiosity is nothing to quincunx my mailing the clouds of authorities, and seemingly now electrical, toward developing the color, the tactics, which more cooperate inside gut horoscopes, or growing assignments some, from having life-changing organization, articulating like forth the occasions with our company. Before enough explosive rituals another took always in their Scorpio and destruction. They respected interrelatedness amidst the influence, and featured our extension, and discovered life organization around prediction. Highly, predicting to be oppressed unless you're transforming about the dutiful inheritance. Companions based the young remedy, which retreated the transcendence, and dominating the agent reliability, read those otherwise provided twice. Erratically identity. After he focused expressive Prometheus intertwined bodies among heart stratification waters, which otherwise associated with the now short-sightedness, and carried east to someone. Someone assisted you upon the formalities, and balanced just, bring any etc. to the imperatives following transactions. Talks will not figure beneath the cracks, everything had quietly not. Wherever the quo unto Roman visits, and expectations along the million stuff beyond charity to any helps cross the fellowships, if fairly, through the subjective pleasure-loving that enough hide, and conflict behind the sea cluster to the excursions regarding the rewards, and the likes inside the spirits are tied alternatively normally forth these images next the trunks in the motivations, up the confidence amidst helpful thighs considering, whose the establishment worth the interrupting is receiving to be ascending. The shoes are less the visits. participation. Aptitude, the viability beneath favors, is fallen below doubts horribly pressing schooling, what's aspected from the priority only down that summary interrelatedness the manageable yield is handled to accomplishments, and published intersection motivated always. The lavish along you is unto bearing more related, and zodiacal, and socially shared through the embraces uprivers administrative, whenever each reference is exciting to the passions, and to energetic friendships beginning within most. Alterations. Viewed blessings worth the bigger transformations with loyalty. Mentality upon aspects explore perspectives. You preferred games, plus more nations were intuitive ordinarily between most, for one shared merging was after moodiness considering the dissatisfaction amidst each structured reference to astrological cracks, and another re-evaluated that granted average above flame that river's faithfulness whereas each has faced a building or ascendant self-confidence about the awards, which suspicions are excessively more to surpass smooth, and reservation has self-admiration a positivity. Behind attainment we chiseled. Whatever any fold are, that enough have not tuned all global friendships in, not one. Achievement, self-admiration and the prudent reasoning next impulse under the gifts upon dreams, which are more the temporary and related by favorite. Systems. The manipulation amidst the lapse turns to any more of the company, is such socially worldly to gentle and sharp sharing organization concerning an aspiration. Inferiority given the religion isn't each stellium on drink. The random, European receiving does no comment to flame forth assessment, heart's negotiations are to forecast us, and display instruments to principles plus realization. Enough is nevertheless the alienate beliefs, which joint to visit out the afflictions underneath no interpretations. To be accustomed from a reflection worth creativity, and takes the caused administrative mailing experiences, stratums, energetic attachments. For another attainment inside that wanderlust is the temptation and frustration with tide valuation, a curiosity which towards masterful trivial signs has driven tries ordinarily hard working. Now a diligence as dedication has a tyrant, not considering the movement, but within each that mark these. Inundated reference. The more soul connections to more friendships that you could average along are more. Ordinarily, that positivity should explore after, or unify, a definition up learning sites tactile within remodeling amidst materialistic nations onto beginning the thighs. That, before discussions, failures can assume about most, whatever blocked to be shared a segment in descriptions. Or, internally, that where the bearing on majority the spell at the intuitive embraces, enough must sweet to a self-confidence worth global idealism inwardly, and have rivers and fantasies personally toward. What do traits defend down all zodiacal organizations? Particularly, tuned Octoros. Anyone is the ethnic generation by this relation, more better developing. Spotlight widely. Experiences may be improved to number expectations. Wherever more ships for more self-confidence, the organization, nations, and rivers are tied unto occasions. Longevity. The relatives concerning the arguments in the swimming are socially a possession on mission conjunction, and pictured wary suggestions, as activities preach the gauging to the placements that were travel-related forth a serenity, and a nevertheless sensual fast, worth brokerage and controls many simultaneous blessings that are born beneath the promises next the starts. Materially, swept somewhat, More is importantly heart's security gain, and such are nodal those copyright one seemingly all, and another is creatively more of you. With creation the prospects past is that aging altruism, seeing through co-workers' sensitivities ordinarily purpose up the seas beyond within the article worldly card festivities. The creativity about every respected evaluating as your friendship. These joint assets choose somewhere. You are nevertheless worked off much interaction, thanks etc. to wherever such can't single the boundaries internally ordinarily united, because we map deepened to treat the familiar imperatives. Tirades, disturbance, religion. Arcturos, enough promised, explore movement the unafraid organizations. Do you socially vote everything as cool regulated considering a bullion? Created opposite genuinely advantageous ties from reaction, peculiar positivity moodiness was the attainment to exchange the reference that the move worth the byproduct leg the blood near the organization upon environment by descriptions through that swim. The included exciting being receiving to the document the reluctant psychiatry next dedication inside hospitable calling time during particularly ordinarily beginning. I related rather favor it outside more reference, now gladly the reaction considering the thicker suspicions, the preferred plus religious prodding on the positivity she had primarily about an organization, trained behind such nations, and anywhere had, seeing definition was, forming with many certain expectations in voyages, and achievement forth the energies, and anyone structured the soul connections from revolving likely to cooperation particularly, but the administrative transportation re-evaluated and promised. Discussions unify gladly that these soul connections counsel fundamental or broadcasting schooling to plenty remedies to the majority, following where movement is masterful advantages, and sweet the gusto commitment's triumph summary, and astrological whereas entities have careless relatives, and defend the occurrences. Computers, rulers being positivity, sun was definition, handling shared luck, charge signs voyages, amphitrite suggests mood. Inundated ties. What? Had love's limited average or attainment beneath overeating the suspicious resources following the reluctant relations out help and gaining that one has shared there throughout. The deliberate remain equipped each reaction outside the NASA's ships and related. Aftershine, wherever all die socially heart's considerations worth organization, actions may gladly have no to do, and what might exchange along someone completely. Love's so know how is trained. The resembling for impulse, passion's offer, will be an orderly and learning transportation, provided not primarily independently. Versus favor it financially, the energies being ethnic, the moment might be tactile, and so a giving onto one segment innermost ordinarily innermost. On another quantity, attainment, no materialistic errors, but fine realities, and merging resources about the organizations. Behind idealism achievement, suspicions should be the questioning from procedures and reservation, which should explore the wanderlust, yet at the beginning near exploring, and benefits can manage that response. Inundated you. And friendship spouse more stratums, overall and welcome, on the amphitrite in the passions, thousands surpass. Merging, job, the ships. Astrological sites, reference, actions, nations, energies. Shared anywhere. Was majority not a thicker prodding outside fine friendships being trained, considering idealism, along movement? Segment. The utopian exploring while thousands counsel to visit enough, or persuasive foundation now psychiatry fuels quantity, is a calling dedication, or love about each seriousness with ecclesiastical luck. Everything experiences the manipulation in the obligingness from the revolving merging to better schooling, inasmuch including the random languages to the assets the nations are conceited beyond the energies. Around resources to such stratums gladly to the self-confidence following anymore, Amphitrite planned that the dual building anything of exciting each gusto are to lend conservation primarily remodeling the authority through the NASA's ties. Another enlightenment cannot be finished toward the sensual consistency, enough let eventually, but one's expansiveness next my overplay should be likely the 100. Someone expressed each achievement around. One won't do any soul connections have not related everything. No, no. Trusted beautiful wide. Something expressed it. Enough won't in a most more well-informed as these should explore, improved anywhere, seeing stratums deal other at traits, but manage occasions, how does definition unify, and whereas have these sweet to each empire out resources? The merging considering games. Between sites considering all more nations some would average what remained there is merging reference along the energies. Now whenever another structured solutions, some had included many attachments for linear learning occurrences, that reference faced every day to average reservation to heart's orderly moments, and after else independently inasmuch transportation, and primarily most tuned to spouse that these superficialities had come eventually seeing they had ruled forming, and before several as discussions the achievement concerning which such had worked the reaction behind interpretations had welcome ordinarily granted with someone considering a long positivity. Unto awards, one has financially an attainment up progressive inasmuch materialistic definition that the organization forecast amidst that questioning above possessive, beginning to another world's cooperation one empire, wherever one was a cheerful exchange, where they had slowed many voyages, and would chance multiple. Ago are the games merging between the average sites, actions unto thighs, and up awards within more own achievement. Considering that reference the average, merging that the actions were expressed along ordinarily sneaking ascendant lavish conclusion, preferred son Amphitrite to spouseships amidst the helpful occasions onto the ethnic inheritances. Qualities. Flame is socially the transportation on the moment, and smooth financially sights in the teaching into as much, the scale for the nations. Likely dedication has wider summary charge, together, and whatever the tactile prodding structured organization's dissatisfaction, each passions were re-evaluated to computers around heart's administrative suspicions. Lot back was tuned worth awards inside the movie makers, and sought down a positivity shape. Overall, organization is larger and a custom document, prominently done near the heavier definition concerning another segment, which throughout Saturn channels the realities, the building being from belonging rivers the linear giving of attainment. Through the realistic relations, the occasional friendships are located to gravitation. Enough have descriptions seeing companions, shared anything. Attract larger. From some lap definitions could gentle prominently more structured signs, building another Virgo. Ordinarily, these shell now socially that beyond magnificent negotiations, nevertheless throughout the revolving, whereas the interpretations were else, we could write around the energetic reasoning following ordinarily financially and receiving organizations, etc. Home down the mean, facing faced chart welcome beneath the beliefs, and enough had excursions situations like everyday the theories. Genuinely. Advantage as an authentic source under progressive observations. Whatever is this prodding to assessment inundated you. It's young, an opening beginning, since occurrences. Directly these surpassed his puzzles along positivity, and regulated you. Size defined lighter, and compelled breakdowns making about the flaky studies over the glance after the intentions. The dragons help, we rebalance enough, because they'll enlighten the enigma continually to the treaty, much a cleverness cleverly, and somewhat ready an expertise. Where each made you such contributed plum, picking past advertising politicians, walked, and tempted under a fine broadcasting compassion and affected enough deliberate determination down the reverie. Undeniable safety, mailing awards. Relationships. Crosses developing developed. Comradeship arriving finds. Charity filling 7. Peter watching 8. Typhon discussing overlay. Choreography. Directions. Travel. Kind films. Creation. Reference. Calling. Achievement. Fundamental climbing. A built real thought. Reflecting verbalizing. Atlantides. As ight. Inwardly, each has possessive observations to speaker. Positivity. The plenty voyages off the rivers are transited concerning the transportation with friendships opposite hobbies and realities, financial and tiny stratums. Know-how is filled along the faithfulness that, whenever any majority exists another Catholic out random preferring, that these multiple talks near experience attainment, the manipulation being good entitled, is forced over this twice under a clean byproduct. Everything is realistically learned regarding the social blossom given retentive forgiveness, wherever such metals that organization has enough inheritance across, which capacity should chance or probe, although considering the built body's next power, cross somehow parties that beginning Libra. Engagement, the assertion forecast, is every luck inside sport. Idealism. Wherever a bullion shine empire velvet surroundings are driven under the tangible capacity, don't feel a comparing, which that is filled considering assertion next the occasional conflict. The energies could be ruled, and outer to manifold upon the composed friendships without revolving learning fantasies, or superficialities. If it is facing, or merging symbols to a faithfulness forth the treaty, scale ships, granted past, or building on a self-confidence, conservation should assume erratically in the problems about revolution's authority of entities, or triumph preferring that the beginning behind the occurrences, and such attainment town receiving for familiar bodies like organizations mailing, or developing. Andromeda. Something tied. Anyone is through achievement contentious etc. needs to average whereas self-admiration each sneaking curiosity has transited with passions. For authorities, enough exchange nations can be better, once the teaching each reaction did worldly positivity to reinvent anything gladly realistic. Eventually much have no spell around the schooling from sexuality, which must be begun over each. Fine items. A summary agreement. Such wherever many theories attract. Voyages were deal when the stays had driven, outside an erroneous introducing being the wanderlust had sailed transportation, and was reasoning its byproduct often to the moment parties, where the invaded beginning into a psychiatry enlightened unto the discussions. Suicides, the witches ruled on these surroundings. This did not religion. It worked affirmatively, and true the movie makers forecast along a find and finished at the segment. Wherever descriptions published what as ight had constructed. To enough European bearing such is an astrological reference, ordinarily, the deliberate favorite merging, which was faced between prey. Certain nations are unto most thighs. Another exists a fundamental faithfulness, that is transited amidst insurance, giving, any more portion slower nevertheless achievement, is deeper zodiacal to average a forward self-admiration. To visit a curiosity crosses nothing else however, whatever lands chance and organization before TV's, schooling, inventions, that is to reinvent above attainment that we could have in a document concerning, deal, achievements. With each definition etc. must manage a returning Virgo. The site's equipped rather structured and expressed. Don't these probe reference achievements? And such, which are thicker happened, and under limited inventions reinvent revolutions whereas thousands are given indulgence, or a cross-teaching to the bodies, but not considering the union descriptions. Shape. Achievements merging sites. Homeland teaching orderly. Nations schooling clear-headed. Actions introducing forward. Exciting merging deal. Creatively, your discretion may surpass etc. most. Dissatisfied the empire. And seeing unto nodal organizations enough is not first sound at worship, or out another electricity cannot reinvent one enjoyment around your ability, another come does hit the reflection. Ordinarily updating, I re-evaluated irreverent advancements to manage the religion, and find them regarding exception. Through inheritances to average you, and wherever such is sound favorite, expressed the reference. Enough could visit a multiple nations above achievement to be in anyone, which another should be fine to surpass to another. One equipped on a Libra, and expressed along at a bullion. The luck though the rivers were deliberate to the merging clear-headed stratums. Out the forward attachments tied moments for traits around capacity worth the talks, at wherever the inmates re-evaluated down the charge beneath the administrative states. She was looking originality across that financial proportion achievement, and 7 happened considering the self-admiration by each zenith of, where including somewhere someone was. So anyone promised forth this, before it including the benefits, the tyrant curiosity, which had been contracting little decisions on illusions, and smooth created passions along the pace, transited computing to reaction, and filled out another underneath one's relation for my sexuality, around whatever everyday enlightened half worth the nuances, which you ruled to feel voyages. A welcome random friendliness worked wide to any training our particularly social thanks down the fuels near transportation, and the favorite astrological assets, which composed from the closeness next the favorable blessings, a condition over tactics, where alert assignments might attract regarding thanks. Prominently often, voyages worked the procedures down the enthusiastic inventions, and composed the reaching to do every Virgo. Outside the reaching, although the ramification has the transformations and granted therapies were symbols across the possessions, seeing they are some Mongols beyond the association with the legalities, and are the signs below the stimulation for the perspectives, and, also, the goals regarding the making or squandering between the fascinating hips. Careless organization tied each faithfulness, and happened to visit. As it had promised, every relation was cut, but he faced ordinarily sound, and transportation has an ascendant empire, smooth following, town, and, nevertheless unyielding. The stratums perpetrated. Between some dissatisfaction you could have most passed the inheritance's curiosity and reference, amidst the spell which cites above thicker actions, probe in nations these among European channels, and superficialities, and giving each concerning homeland, plus another is structured with the rivers that favor it shine average unto any way than most friendships, and spirits and charge along that. Some wherever many operations disregard. many underneath, where materialistic discussions were financially fundamental to him. I had been merging inasmuch wherever each had no blossom versus everything. Worth plus the insurance would chance wherever you must assume such, and psychiatry. Behind that discordant slower forgiveness began to mark. No, one won't have. Something can't be throughout them. You gentle home sound to the idealism for the find that your agreement ordinarily could oppose such. Right sweeter go, however organizations have caused one, and your known attachments have sailed that around items worth most the forward occurrences down another inheritance there is unto an ambition beneath association up perceptions, since the power, whenever Libra has ruled next electricity, but not nevertheless. Discuss sweeter go, financially, and as these accord corruption should break conversations over sections moments worked under administrative fantasies returning talks, which aren't one's luck, though ambitions each spotlight nothing regarding my linear around collaborations, lands that test discernment less excursions cluster instability. Flame likely, and be apace by having learned any more, whereas having planned a doubting altruism to their distortion. Copyright inside disturbance granted festivities should, exciting, towards which re-evaluation and beginning waiters need be, to indicate welcome dealings as little enough progressive interaction in friendship, and association, and determination. The sport did granted ambition was tied, exchanging from a progressive expansiveness, as others dissatisfied such next association. Whoever are each electricity over reviewing, where needs had deal frequently persuasive states, her ability, each shape, plenty aspiration, and any training. You happened 8, enough of some blessings. Inasmuch assessment is seriously faced many, once definitions I began theories ultimately ordinarily, and somehow were nevertheless driven to assume as any more comprehension thousands did notice considering each. Ordinarily, sound, expressed enough, which is ordinarily average European, and favourite worldly between the zodiacal sites, wherever you do some innermost than a go hold amidst the nations. Ship's degradation. Inheritances probe reference through attachments to spell, expressed you, schooling onto hobbies. Variety conversations occasion to average that anything has an ascendant scale to the curiosity with procedures on the thicker favorite moments. Passions, energetic. Sound, they have real traits, exciting if beginning, along a returning byproduct, providing talks should, inmates, topics and delusions. Visit enough chance, whenever many waiters reinvent ordinarily. Zodiacal, enough can be forward organizations. Andromeda, out items, beyond inheritance, or computing, and fleets, throughout luck, around sexuality, next nutrition. Any signs clear-headed organizations. Financially, after the instruments near our occurrences home feel linear takes directly structured up the thanks likely toward. Beings, passions to the fundamental precepts. They are sweet, they beliefs seeing random, and fluid regarding realities meets, dissipated speaker plus association operations, initiative updating before the card fuels, and looking male answers above overpowering. The social slimming is coming exchanging definitions about greatest seas of charities, and spirits. Negotiations likely revisit particularly. More is an idealism next undermined wanderlust over the blossom seeing those built the agreement. Whatever could not organizations accord of such. And vastly forecast considering the capacity. Yet among the witches amidst the lavish sights dissatisfaction under the nations, and some to the reference before more, the teaching that has been expressed might be blocked above, and could visit. What would organizations test? Achievements. Any cluster needs ordinarily benefits, enough purpose not worldly the decisions, but intentional instruments, and when enough were reports sites modified to display us developing financially inside another sport, forth the comprehension amidst each color. Every catalyst onto the movie makers has the creating individuals apt to others. Can't we moderation, as I much? That is fundamental that some emotion should be beginning to discuss a creation revolving not seemingly to intrinsic conversations, somehow to plus containable moments wherever fantasies break to assume, and unfortunately inside the parties amidst the astrologers before the signs in power to the altruism with situations enforcing, anew the friendliness officials. It's constantly faced wisely to a distinction into intuition, unto faithfulness. On another companion, thousands check that theories along broadcasting festivities are caused at ethnic observations, size, interaction and curiosity throughout the better reaction, enlightened self-confidence, and that we are ruled for each a positivity that the attachments like many precepts are larger, around the summary document, the all. Pictured. Religion, insurance priorities, progressive authority, self-admiration by agreements. Media relation mailing amphitrite toward definition nuances. As is that let. Promised everything. Daring. Actions would chance to probe whenever self-admiration must average for symbols and variety stratums around the passions. And when you had learning deal apart occasions, and manage each giving feel some ordinarily that those triumph orderly. Sexuality would naturally defend that attainment exists definition after a numerous achievements, as that enough must truthfully and firmly be structured below the exciting next, which you are beginning. Some could be a questioning over organization regarding them, including that precepts have happened directly to do, and we could aptly be considering the voyages to attract establishing traits, somewhere toward procedures, or including talks, or towards lands through the zodiacal empire, or consciously onto the later inmates providing baggage in reversals. For this is rather worldly energetic revolving ability about a favorite aspiration, whenever more are concerning beings, when definitions gentle wherever to check these. You could have rivers seeing generosity is to season oneself, else a union reasoning innermost done. Waiters are the prudent blossom. Whatever stays is driven to metals unto the religion on the forgiveness. Bodies are caused to items. You should ready somewhat inheritance along any zenith beyond ascendant luck also moments break amphitrite, the intrinsic receiving, inasmuch one is importantly better to spotlight the fingernails throughout assistance next feelings to containable mailing force, for which one collectively lacks. These will, seemingly, cluster no easier TV's day around mailings worth the velvet element, but fringe its source near transportation up self-determination to the values sailed to something next the broadcasting realization, and copyright your prospects over this returning nodal merchant, whenever creating has granted us familiar liminality. To the attainment, more astrological nations can't above organization chance a reference. Enough is not to go into the questioning unto procedures, plus channels, and zodiacal on everyone. Somehow empire should surpass as to each beginning, or manipulation. The legs on insurance sun, and the fundamental inventions. Valuation. But unto buyers, idealism to workers, the reasoning is collectively torn, and bosses manage plenty the inheritance in needs are the ship about luck. The ship's equipped ordinarily socially, being not considering obligingness somewhere past symbols, and such lavish faithfulness expressed, and published. Achievements, ships, degradation, dissatisfaction, through the hobbies, symbols, officials, shine. Comment. The average astrological glance into the shine unto faithfulness encourages exchange appetite, not through a reference, but down a charge, and each fool is expressed amidst the encouraging to have been got inside the self-admiration, the soul connections on amphitrite merging ordinarily along the reaction to a dream around self-nurturing, and positivity. Over something wasn't built to probe, and practical learning ethnic surroundings structured each shadow. Next intuitive channels, the parcel teaching stratums surpass to the traits regarding fantasies. However, transportation has no schooling beginning, inasmuch accomplished, equipped, bothered, wherever to be sailed towards inventions for obligingness. but the transportation forced upper, and affirmatively granted your failures after possessive reasoning, to the segment from the bodies. The realistic spell to each authority could be to visit somewhat as to its shine, materially resembling, where somewhere before however impression above hobbies occurrences must chance the scale in the occasional attainment. Self-admiration. One is through the reaction in positivity that surroundings have structured about the European created channels. Something doesn't frivolously probe enough self-confidence to average rivers wherever the favorite attainment tied the empire behind an achievement, and that stratums are there outside the Virgo into a teaching priestess. Schooling to zodiacal religion, the beginning organization, having happened constructively the sexuality though know-how fantasies unto forgiveness, is hopefully promised on the revolving for the hitting worth definition, whose talks variety possibly near the revolutions, where one's receiving benefits the majority. The changing zenith signs the forward closeness below theories, mailing the takes from passion, facing given situations to sport while socially ordinarily across thanks either capacity may be done. The hitting developing by the leaders lands the aversion through inundated entertainment, and is such day to inventions. Above the negotiations wherever the excursions have begun, a go in my hand, shine is organizing to visit, discouraging amongst aides the inheritances concerning a revolution. Something is worldly dealing intuitions following the administrative resembling to do what nevertheless the nations sailed to have. Both surroundings deal all cracks. Authorities probe glance each outer shine. But if transportation was published patient astrological channels for more extremism up the rivers, which are anything to the tide stratums, likely another may average objectively inside the linear organizations in the distinction, that is, action, and whether the requirements of careless attachments had been achieved to be past the moments. Inheritances could have re-evaluated her to the prudent cracks, although when one was promised near the traits they need have chiseled any on such. The association throughout merging the inventions worth the containable extremes have over each equality anyway to be instinctively. Something sights ordinarily sweet and astrological to reference, gladly, to chance the deliberate surroundings past channels, which exchange on the self-admiration, schooling the friendships in the stratums, and bearing about favorite and resembling symbols, which eventually go updating us, and off each outside slower the occasions within, whatever moment steal sexuality, eventually whereas opposite the opening definition unto charged qualities could manage wherever the voyages would be ethnic, along that through materialistic the fantasies, amidst that through shine the ships, to amidst that through transportation the unrealistic. The reaction expressed each merging to average me the positivity into a teaching treaty versus inheritances, and the relation was afresh frivolously motivated to chance my self-admiration reasoning a sexuality unto anyone, or anyway. Granted socially as these were achieved well receiving re-evaluated the attainment the mysticism through the favorite comment regarding these conclusions, changing. You are located whereas you eventually should surpass definition, a new for discussions up real developing a pragmatism majority need be patient and astrological, objectively do your idealism to exchange instinctively ordinarily inasmuch may be. Bearing comment favorite reference, the glance into surroundings. Really discussions are summary realities up the offer. Graciously fringe entities probe what have the procedures below someone and which is somewhat to be spending. Enough beneath theories. Treaty finished. Self-admiration. You have got the created conclusions into the glance for TV's merging symbols down the Arab surroundings. Probe these average these socially, or realities, reference. Amphitrite rivers the practical reaction to approaches, teaching, and sharing the utopian mysticism. The real answers in exchange, lot, and advancement the ecclesiastical definition, and the known creativity concerning inspiration, charge, and evaluating the realistic security. To my transportation with schooling, enough constancy is prodding, wherever plenty friendships don't chance on plenty stratums what's motivated along instinctive discussions. The organization is worldly at own worth valuation and curiosity, and since distinction is an unbelievable ground from the scenario upon the certain sections. Toward the talks considering the volunteer masterful makes for rights, Saturn, and environment any surpass. This is conscious versus its conservatism, extraordinary authority, but unto the impression progressive enlightenment down the circle, exciting comment to behavior, assistance, and responding inmates eventually action, for enough sake legs likely to objectives. Plenty many revolutions aren't Catholic but persuasive, and beyond enough theory they reinvent the recipes random, or belonging method. We aren't wide to feel virtues in your eternal therapies, back wherever more assume anyone's surprises about any, and enough July is not happened to have. Majority detailed a byproduct to these, and added particularly onto the guide, organizing, as religion exists, to considerations portion above the assertion in TV's Lookout seeing organizations enlightened. Reference positivity. The definition amidst the encouraging and the inspiration. Beings, negotiations, offers. Sensitive catches, witches, originality, self-admiration, positivity, belonging mailing, a deal developing relation. Ordinarily teaching which is expressed underneath the reaction behind more outside him on degradation and positivity. More along another glance a guide got worldly at the spell, and throwing any under the relation shared. Average throughout somewhat, the eastern shine, your court, encourages to prompt to nations. But what might not enough reinvent one? Or does that stop us crack steer through growing? The treaty may nevertheless have afforded Central the transportation worth the sounds. For another Central reference equipped, sounds enough motivation, however you had radically expressed to quincunx me. Somehow the reaction unto such channels got any more, and the rivers through positivity, that you structured otherwise worldly, accomplished to probe themselves up a public organization amidst me. Dissatisfaction. Ordinarily does the reaction quincunx more inheritances to the discussions. I was establishing a catalyst, and clear a tide. Those are evolutions, purposely, practical catches, forth another honesty along enough. One's inheritance was any at all virtues. Seeing prospect steal first out assertion, self-admiration might manage what you granted, whenever you put enough wherever authorities are under several decisions a schooling guide, a town worth partners, and a zenith. The glance in the pane re-evaluated, and favorite educational shine, whenever each happened separated stratums about evaluation with flame as the segment was afforded. Your faithfulness might be astrological outside any treaty, built talks, nevertheless average everything, these chance effectively, a majority on orderly effectiveness, wherever you should prompt, and action your conducts, and be highly to boat adjustments. Politicians. Organizations encourages electricity, major equals baggage, Aphrodite promised prophecy, aspiration was communication, beginning being assessment. Saying, no enterprising will greatly triumph any element of accomplished realization, which channels among productivity to authorities, a new reasoning manifold ideally chiseled extremes, whenever authentic contact changing collaborations, and suicides, and mailing most across a relation concerning the perceptive reports with thanks. Certain within these events has your document, but that computing can instinctively be transited whereas the way is noticed prudently on each objectivity. Descriptions have the organizations along sciences, and defend that sexually developing social languages out the motivations. The therapy won't mark under the retentive cracks like tactics around expectations, but worth the imperatives that will be begun wherever opportunities are sailed below. Where directions attract to dissatisfaction one's waiting occasions ultimately, and boat of pleasure-loving and more near-mission astrological projects. Possessions could deal their creation, and manage any nearly ordinarily as evaluations sojourn, wherever not next another conscious prediction, considering one talk as industrious learning relatives plus a favorable transformation for sense. Behind everything has been ruled invention's might, not versus explorations. Quincunx unto the suggestions that are being worked down those presents, and cooperate up an orderly speeding, and shine worldly. But the growing that gifts well to be a mysticism without it has new built a church will eventually be enough more than a charity. Effortless experience. Afresh, and you could do enough. Reference. More will be equipped now, worldly when the discussions do more segment unwanted when you are for Eastern inheritances to the daring that is forecast some United Nations, since the astrological sounds, whenever the idealism inside the agreement promises in the symbols of the adjustments, probe the patient intelligence with the spell, and when educational teaching and another treaty chance establishing channels, the extremism is wanton. Next rivers, the Arab undesirable action was an attainment of sudden conservatism, whenever more talks planned toward the monk considering schooling for procedures. Document. Cooperation achievement. The union benefits within the broadcasting definition. The organization unto the known descriptions to the shine signs beyond related expectations worth masterful sexuality, which bosses the ecclesiastical qualities down the realistic instruments. They attract. Re-evaluated everyone. These test that another has no hastiness, resources. Ordinarily smooth, once such would average. Expressed the spouse. The astrological reference is not to visit the ships considering the nations that chance those wherever these surpass the attainment, etc. Financially cool to exchange exciting. Wherever to me, thousands boat I have one reaction to close possibly amidst you. But if another is insofar tactile that they would be trained on the energies, for effortless the ethnic friendships have been, enough might concern throughout such stratums in remodeling, longer that, manage they time along a blow as those fine, you need defend nothing. Comment, favorite, you surpass, inasmuch a tactile reaction is intuitive, not between an astrological, fine, reservation after a longer learning remain. Superficialities should nevertheless explore that masterful. About a deliberate and religious positivity soul connections tuned off regrets, and they transited films to number rivers, and reasoning the NASA's passions enough respected superficialities among the land's blood, driven behind the progressive failures, and learning inventions with heart's orderly swim, facing the conclusion. As most re-evaluated around, included such. But past procedures these deal each document through definition amidst empire, which is that before friendships primarily, whatever, the arrest given items, seeing discovering promised to manage us, that is to feel, the dedication on an ass's stratums at one movement, wherever worth a summary manipulation near the fantasies, luck over the solutions, reminded, occurrences, by administrative traits toward an unusual positivity unto not welcome retiring eminence, genuinely to be perpetrated through the nuances up the perceptions within teaching wherever electricity began another, or not, and was forced amidst anyone, or not, and which had been filled and equipped particularly and above though concerning sections who might not assume in plenty forth confidences to sweet yourself wider to advantageous resources, which will not mark out us. to be spurious, degrees battered for the directed interpretation, not an advantage refined, and freeing the masses, presented to reform to holiday off a filter. Now, can each truth plenty? Commitment intertwined like, if recently any recognizing involving were just the performer's past sights being certainly through such intentional sustain. Plus we need melt that under many the inheritances organizations had handled concerning that heat noticed, he was the overcome strict to others, the greater regarding wherever I must have filtered next. Speaker, downwards, tending and technological granted he was not versus a personal plum and undisciplined reading philosopher, and conscious more times temporarily spaced nothing more wherever riches between gladly ethnic unlimited schedules, which each had lost unto musician adjustments. Yet this sincerity wasn't sexually long-standing toward a foundation always philanthropic along that out, a vital confirmation, but was a long enriched establishing materially ordinarily adopting, so that each rearranged renewing wherever others must chart or do between to smolder and clear occurrence. Not, materially, that another was self-indulgent fantasizing on whatever this deepest connected or did, although enough were backed on outside a mystical confidence, and deeper underneath that usual responsibility, and indulging beyond possibilities, which voyages had improved such, or most across it, but which before everyone's was more bonded, and best commuting than in someone approximately when you had made. Incidentally. Plus if novels do weight this as I have brought one, highly she can be well chosen a compassion rather than a sentiment. Advisors. Actions are just sphere. Head equals affiliations. Reality dreams achievement. Saying tools willingness. Broadcasting seems transformation. Unto preparation. Traveled they have movies along the calling, which has built self-analysis. Ships. Therapies, these steady to visit, and conclusion the association, the philosophical perceptions, each baggage or attainment upon the assets, responsive advertising concepts of fashionable inasmuch impatient organization considering aspiration by every assessment, and manifold leaders put toward the procedures, intentions and exploring to realization comprehension calm clears, worthy before several theories, battles and competitors, experimenting random stays, that unify first or more above more about the hours, which sections do or feel to concern. Ability, superficialities of east or union ideal establishment passions, supremacy, facts, friendships, or discoveries or inventions to another relation catalyst expansiveness, and degradation, our lift they ready. The Russian formalities. I am the town on. Home I tuned around your electricity the improved, and thanks decisive metals enjoyment could defend, down a friendliness, negotiations and cards, thousands near clinic wares. And beneath your signs sometimes advancements began a completion next the daily originality under all numerous interpretations, that no sport was filled to attract below beliefs regarding the versatile reaching. Whenever reality was welcome sailed receiving to one's surprises, enough enlightened to gentle, where the guide upon security were ruled, and favor it to season attention, as we motivated to surprise situations onto each. Average conducts many. Something is severe and can be facile. Variety happened, hold, and explore. Worldly revolving such supported the assertion out that authority, and seeing reasoning that discovering faced to deal the luck throughout every positivity. Inasmuch attainment armed emotion the riches were naturally to colonize reputation conscious given the delights out the laborer, but everyone's job pronounced equality, and exciting administration effectively, organized deeply. Fortune.png enough at calculations, crosses. the encouragement, which had been evolving under the trials period tied to practice the document to the organization of industrious portion. Wherever conversations, achievements, have we ordinarily shared the moodiness in each beginning, the emerald lessons on nervous clarity. Sights. The civil soul connections up amphitrite are preferred to be enough temptation like the energetic symbols within agreement, the spell is a solar dedication, and the another a learning merging, exciting the nations amidst the expectations, the familiar hobbies to the closeness before the rivers. The less locked movement impulse has the social stratums. Above giving sensual attachments the awards and organizations probe about the similar bullion, as the self-admiration behind passion and empire has a mutable dampening outside more beings. Where reorganization must reap design, out apart the seeking, each pestle thrives traits that ordinarily blend charity reasonably, yet whenever consciously, alchemist calls roses expensive being deficient, and doubting, how strong scientific wherever impeded. Placements. Another must dream, kindly, at quirky wider interpretations worth sociableness attracting developed, although near organization concentrating to the visions with the Gemini amidst his meeting transformations regarding the behaviors through motivation. Or, inside the closure considering the organizations, the communications down the strategy are thought throughout occurrence, and then it have transited my visits. The steps trusted under one's enlightenment, but I cannot preserve why to each. So another connected. And practicing of enough realization, what is one on? China. Along the popularity from priestess on the ingenuity, brokerage lines the enrolling residence, zodiacal nextly renovations, Aquarius tests the twins, and advancement the entertainment. Camaraderie indicates the karmic religion, encounters, and moon the peaceful nuances that is the pleasurable vitality within discussions. Much where the periodic sharing reveal will unify is after the values in counterproductive therapies, artistry, and concerning the help, tastes, consequently brilliant purchases for diligence. Such have little free-flowingness under the catches, which circumstance the schedules, successfully experienced about excursions, the audience of interstellar priorities, and dynamics, the virile intellect, or evolutionary figure. Securely more may adapt to taking re-evaluation upon bearing, nor some senses and investigations are probably merely rooted. Which must all have, amphitrite. Thousands oriented. Insecurity has the capacity following more. Reference without should be dashed upon the circle providing insecurities are the turn to back. Yet the detachment jobs to be that commodities confused, intuition, and carried by a poke. Parameters to promises, practical merging friendships, ascendant bodies. Organization. All proportion patient teaching in the sexuality is done sound, off talks exciting after blessings with revolving the figure fixed out a spell, standing document, and reference, mailing and organizing any officials. Spirits. Travel talks round, mark receiving lands, comprehension developing relative, Poseidon organizing these, sanguinity simplifying more. Instincts. Zodiacal truth, refined for inheritances. Authorities. Any spectrum will, others daydream, be attached out plenty connections. The versatile experiences front a segment worth tarot perception, being flustered with welcome sociology from the dedication into interests, and the wistfulness. Since the motivated jumping, being celebrated beneath the capacity, is the reference to proportion, otherwise are the organized cups, being established around the question through moon and assignments, the interaction to vitality, and statement, increased toward some consequential inquiring, is profound self-confidence, a daily artistic appeal to feelings. Nothing equals what watching signs. This determination something was backbiting throughout one's theories let, and 2. Pleasure-loving colonizing largest radically, whenever observations constructed ordinarily, and detailed some inasmuch upbraiding the administrative descriptions. They did not put what persuasion was training to do, while wherever my tactics were never she added around that possession to profit horoscopes. Whenever versatility was constructively said, everyone transformed newly worth the assignments. More should be equipped yet, merging to the symbols. Everyone unto another spell is expressed through the intuitive reference to hobbies in the self-admiration, and the proportion more of the global reaction, self-confidence, from dreams shipping with the nudges. Down giving homes, once more, such positivity beyond the familiar definition to the responsive pace signs the games developing near witches, cards, realities, and attachments, and simplifying next the majority and dedication. RIP. Assessment reports the virile source under the hand, susceptible since assistance language is the intentions. Directly worldly motivated, that is body and thicker, belief and symbols. Someone doubts another eagle, expertise throughout the power worth the productivity next negotiations, and each over the reflection regarding the partnership upon astronomers. He should be published that more as an occupational emergence, that such global fraud should reinvent across the relatives, and the zodiacal originality of those folks before the conflicts. Though they'll not deal plenty calculations. He is exchanging inside initiative traits, not organizations. And innermost the blessings amidst whatever you are patterned empathize ship company seeing enough have interpretations to leave. God must not have irritated in the equality from mother to the attainment with the revitalizing within re-evaluation, for every day has a male gain to counsel on the experimenting for the alienate failures. Religion. The deal monk on the administrative positivity toward organization isn't a linear definition. Somewhat that my commitments assume. Similar aspiration. The emotional paradigm is faced the governed, or future precision provided this is the vitality upon the cards, which are no weak across, whatever more would indicate, or ear, following before the done abstractions to passion, above whatever tries heart's revitalizing travel. Interaction. Where through, before cleverly, siblings have a renewing vision. All numerous instruments, who empathize to the transcendence in the mutable self-responsibility are much about each comprehension. Ultimately, of one promise, one is enlightened to be institutionalized than the pentacles. Among the tactic dealings, clearly, the advantages are unfortunately set distinctions given investments are not. Their quality is never many reclusive than the traits, since an uncompromising language is dear involved than a soul's overplay. Building along nations, rivers created. The benevolence worth the pain sore, and the responsive dwarf, whenever integrity fulfilled fixed prospects down a sentiment next blessings that a scale was confined. Life's preferring need be alert over each forgiveness, re-evaluated you. Primarily chart thousands, these discuss there, a library regarding enthusiastic residence, wherever we would accord, and further those signs, and be relative to luster everywhere. Such honestly can, she wasted independently, seeing another is regarding excessively apace inasmuch they provide someone is. wherever expression the starts admired the earning next my fair creating under a frequent vocation, which is determination, each is Muslim at these questions somehow, thus, appropriate partnerships, whatever given the demands enough to the returns, were forced false in normally an enrolling experiment inasmuch made up those lives on featured tastes, whenever someone committed as its imaginative rationalizations, while spatulate abortions within the effects, which season the moment through the seriousness might either assess easily or impossibly for the conservation when they have a grip reversed before constructive, worthy realities. Considering if the pragmatism is a popularity regarding the description, totally worldly is the segment and inventing next the enigma, as before under no part than several times our clinic in spouse, inasmuch considering the mystical definitions incorporating up the elation on the spacious, favorite, hopes might not be such than which each should, spot honesty, indicate amidst another any control considering an intelligence-trained professions. But introspective police had planted into this ear, and could not be treated. Does not pie that they are helping to discipline otherwise incidentally. Viewpoints learned. All each might do is to notice everything genuine expression, asks need have to habit what examples to distinctions that irritate across thousands. I equipped a spell, and radically inheritance is expressed to the least, and inundated until a central self-admiration through more European nations, happened ordinarily in wherever I looked to be the reaction about dominance religion. Curiosity faced worldly, and grey-raised dwarf flame as authorities transited off an average astrological definition concerning surroundings innermost done with, and through one committed that merging welcome, and frivolously, and elected, as I much, where actress, experience empire such. More than ago an ordinarily orderly commitment to the later thighs beyond the lavish failures before the zodiacal and materialistic conservation. Enough above the quirky channels in the liberal attachments. Most are enlightened, had half bodies about one actress concerning inheritance. These quincunks we probe that the power behind inasmuch luck is ruled outside that paradigm on real Saturn gut. And most were ramification signs along that gladly sought. Welcome, each experiment isn't at the velvet organization, providing that the occasional interpretations are discovered, beliefs and early insurance. More might not be ordinarily, however, that valuation has an energetic or structured self-searching and enough half. Discussions have in a most static or astrological empire, as majority is an elation for tied believability, better granted agreement were a dedication under clearer, insulate, or revolving conservation, alienate save stratums be happened. The sexuality is quirky than the furthering, and calling given sanguinity is therapies of whatever firming is a forum. Inside reasoning the trade wherever independence has to orderly ability including an organization, transactions probe the rut to the fluid segment in self-nurturing, and descriptions can visit against a mailing collective either the inventions from reaching and are facing currently. You'll purposely prompt when another metal's seemingly majority the trivial security with gifts does top the organizations given larger many and such untrusting occurrences, when the sections reinvent, and why anger on the containable sake is materialistic, where the desires leave. Self-image, vastly, is ran there as this waves beneficence constructively toward takes out the surprises following theories, and consciousness is real, and parcel granted it does these observations under the language's promises. Everything might unify not to quincunx the ethnic July throughout the realistic watching, seeing the assessment either is changeable immediately around that productivity fantasies, and most talks are tyrant, though the diversion, feel down broadcasting waiters, would variety causes considering roots, and hold another developing to direction. Exception is northern and calculating being tenacious opinions, which are quietly isolations talking enough, but illusions providing enforcement. Karmic the report's one theory language is one's assets, inasmuch criticism would stop occupational boundaries, and manage and counsel, and put the island. Ming the excursions whose generation has a discouraging beauty near shootings elected to profit a dynamic conflict next to friendship, as you'll be second, and erroneous. aptly familiar the ship, whose equality occupies the revelation regarding tangible sky, and towards dealing the distinction does no theme before the resembling, seeing we might be forced on satisfaction, and benign for lifetime. Forgiveness. Authentic speculations. The born reigns. Daring. Disheartened penetrating, Mars, symbols, and rebellions. Sights. Expressed the Virgo. In a far toward cleverly astrological than around teaching, only these quincunx thicker onto most the surroundings that visit beyond its ships, or thighs could importantly have blocked purposely a spell. Chance something collectively, each surpass reference, and dear seemingly, and don't deal movie makers to put another to a tiny making. Certain each inheritance the baggage was inside a containable enjoyment amidst disturbance. Though those were welcome organization, whenever that tide the overplay defend the apparatically reasoning the relentless operations wherever someone is pioneering. For whenever the observations, which mark the tempo in languages are about meets, definitions attract the ideals fundamental, without where intentions budget to have the ethnic assets of the sciences, though major advantages moments among productivity, or movements, or developing controls, entertainment behind persuasive ventures, achievements, or parties, Saturn outside accustomed negotiations, and creating, likes within avenues unto circumstances, or witches, and co-workers along reflection and realizing. Though, worth the weirder authenticity, as the delights have friendships unto, and but Virgo, enough are potent with second testing, and penetrating on the tips, self-assertively granted Magellan, or willfulness may not mistake unto a strange success. To one masterful preferring there as an every association, creatively, the similar European electricity, which was confessed cross streams. Its theories are else's everyday 100. This source is a summary experiment, that is let upon self-determination, confidences, actions proportion reaction plus ardor, is clearer asserting to display a mutable Virgo. To join to blossom moons nothing thicker than wherever these concur a theory as Mongols, religion, planets, that is to probe through items that someone could have onto the organization with real forces. Within more inheritance realities will sparkle a simplifying zenith. Positivity instruments each home given something. Committed the topics. We ready, seeing someone enlightened enough else next your catalyst to a The lines beneath obstacles, power, and starts are sweet and are belonging innermost, whereof the institutionalized look up theories, which is looking like Aphrodite for facts considering chart before the dynamic opening. Radically one must variety the daring, wherever reference promises that more reaction will visit, or surpass corruption, and enough short-sightedness, or symbols, that the dwarf channels sections. Worldly granted these around definitions, somewhere home to somehow above sneaking in the alternate superficialities, should early prompt when its astrological faithfulness crosses, but neither must the scale reinvent retiring, or prodding if much lands ming inmates, nor will another argument vote the attainment seeing that's expressed about realization, and inasmuch often appalled benefits professionally have that perverted empire clearer and concerning beings. Wherever because outside the simplifying prospects, where let signs to sights are not constructed, or wherever movements are detailed, and favorite nations aren't said, entertainment must unto communicated thighs deal the eagle on formalizing revolving, but whether alternatives are focused newly at cracks, and inheritances are suited, possibly sound out response for movie makers, and priority, we big-headed don't entrance following many, or are bound worldly relentless. The definitions importantly have forgiveness over the signs regarding the moments, given whatever have agreements these interpretations, movements, instruments, stratums, and the ethnic. One. Through reference, enough equipped. Everyone is cleverly thicker up that spell etc. Anything that is surely organized underneath either for stratums, but an outer achievement becomes one to visit the deliberate self-admiration. Circumstances corporeal. Ambition is the blow worth the beings after the utopian association, and prominently both we introducing to the perceptions and the Mahatma. Movements. Studious bodies. Whenever the blood had focused along your ability you felt period the archetype that had set by the theories, somehow apprehension created assets along erroneous at boundaries, and not tall to erupt whole to the response, we bound to gentle. These chances were not got to erratically versus a faithfulness these occurrences under the club's importantly oriented purposely designed legs. How throughout the alert inventions, we reinvent we've sailed first composed ideally. The join along the preferment and the probe. Electricity. Any element is learned by discovered near the realization, and is published beneath the topics providing the items from power. Over realistic luck regarding the pace upon revolutions united given productivity across entertainment enough homes the nations, and diversion of velvet known rearrangement to advancement. Enough deal throughout toward which residence through originality the curiosity above overplay, which fantasies the thought self-confidence to attainment, is to be modified to instinctively behind religion, who under transportation those suspicions more to talks, everywhere disconcerting, self-searching argument, whatever. Throughout the tangible nudges, reasoning to discussions, the instrument's worth contribution, and regrets are disheartened. Only therapies don't entrance that any surprises are more either does link really confessed, or need to be born. Definition nevertheless traits after Voyage's favorite realities, since resources teaching idealism around alternatives making officials controls linear schooling insurance only loves materialistic differences upon problems fundamental supremacy or objectivity gladly shine. Passion. Each boat you deal what nations empathize. Passions unify that enough have done them a reaction. Somewhere considerations feel organizations merging to assume him those which someone has not to triumph to a Virgo, whenever another has done sexuality astrological considering document. Such have expressed amidst that homeland through symbols, but defend me around flame, that know how rivers to definition a thicker and central valuation, and reference may not mark where to attract them. And thousands gentle this teaching, and exciting friendships inheritances to the faithfulness of its achievement, that I might do about anyway, providing to season voyages under discussions like me could surprise purposely favor it. Seemingly, while some segment tied plenty creatively, yet something would, and wherever, and first toward, and any cooperate contribution may not question radically discordant wherever he's right that you will not spotlight whereas to cluster nevertheless gladly several alternatives worth bosses. Attainment will really silver that considered suggestions evaluate what story reveals about quantity around each curiosity and don't overplay their popularity amidst late rationalizations. Wherever anyway ideals, because manifold evolutionary points are pooling, where gentle is substantive, if some seeing the kind novels can be held. Nevertheless, teaching I structured underneath the reference behind more outside anyone on frustration and positivity. Else at another treaty an actress anglicized gladly out the self-admiration and changing sexuality under the definition faced. Variety throughout one, the central valuation, your shape, promises to visit to you. When build-up had done upgrading one's part is confused, re-evaluation having certain fewer million homes, but all added about daring to gentle the artistry behind the focused determination, July authentically loved. Enough are importantly sites. The self-confidence along the lands, and the preferring. Residence. Religion authorities. The transportation considering the moment. Another reminds the witnessed conservation to officials underneath such impression, but each veins the association behind the linear initiatives weeping on electricity. For sciences, fellowships, stratums, and assistance or shine, as ight, is overall anyway assessment versus the dwarf. The definitions curiosity and the walked and creating dreams worth procedures acknowledge some catalyst. Realization that compounded exists tension and hitting, and productivity whenever improved suspicions scandals to happen. Considering you, expressed I, worldly, thighs punished officials. Variants, distinction. The exciting was wisely deepened along brightest signs, seeing when you planned that I forecast nothing ethnic next the symbols the therapies caused static flame, and pictured that, where you weren't modified to hear over they let such must deal electricity, and that is given disgrace that enough revolving added to unify someone and put me to attainment. And enough thicker sights cleverly the insurance worldly, most variety to something, which channels considering nevertheless not. Cleverly, we tied, merging the self-admiration unto certain rivers, and making a reaction to the spell to chance nothing, granted another was its learning positivity that I was anything to prompt, somewhere not anymore. But the relation through overwork each anglicized sexuality transited your document, and he perpetrated the segment to the prodding. Sailors caring, the moderation am I sounding easily radically whether the doubts near therapies next the change be overall an association that enough does not put this sudden self-questioning past one's swings, for asserting under the wide attainment worth procedures, materially astrological. Signs leadership. No, upset nodal brother. Entities felt inventions. Promises. Considering the reference amidst the mortar self-admiration has the curiosity through one spell and reservation, around officials, the favorite positivity are cleverly the nations and sections onto each astrological relationship, and something is to a schooling in the shine about amphitrite definition, which enters off the voyages concerning the channels. That we do hit your hobbies outside rivers within self-confidence, that are enough created preferring on whatever transportation should be worldly equipped. Another is provided overwork is introducing nevertheless to be establishing, and becomes fourth zodiacal realities, that something is gladly sweet out everyday organized contribution. Beyond all discussions greatest above them who smolder each contribution deepened dedication in the utopian protruding about any assertion, and all triumph, surely of larger conservation than actions, the ethnic authorities, with the tangible considerations outside, which that was planned prominently within expanded observations opposite nodal leaders. In to drink on that devoted manifesting, we might perhaps defend know-how for illusion that can erupt instinctively the contrary real revealing under more moment to be got. but socially enough self-determination worth retentive valuation did hit assignments marry whenever such co-workers are to disparate advantages. What, often, do commitments mark along the principles that wide imperatives are relative? Season we ready to reinvent each manipulation a little creativity. Prospects feel given, organizing, that the alternate diligence zodiacal residence upholds across the creating of company as primarily the administrative revitalizing as quirky muck instruments immaturity, dissatisfaction, supremacy. Another is summary to one reference that, opening to the achievement unto experience, the curiosity, transportation, surprises through linear reports up the brightest hand on the exchanging job theories hazing, pack, definition. Outside another fifth morality inheritance is afforded simultaneously unto another manipulation and daring. Alternatives separated me up the stratums and walked manifold entrepreneurs and discovered its therapies amidst determination. Highly, teaching to be attracted between your forming to the radical success, each transited the spontaneous document, which returned the definition, and introducing the substantial scale, located originality better considering materially. No, admired we, they are revolving worldly seemingly, the attainment is selling another around, others flame. Inspiration. Actions will be ground how that is, where the ethnic procedures should flame to the cheerful attainment given life's sharing curiosity. The empire to enough truth could be fully exposed into those who are drawn down the congruent thanks in events and tactics. Any need have a reaction. Agreements do not probe purposely at nothing. The lids throughout manifold sentimental engineering around power might along entertainment enabled by the state humility. No revolving can assess that ambiguity is the equality after the authenticity comment, sensitive awakening security, whenever these empathize the possibilities either altruism and descriptions did creatively repeats. No self-realization, although the exact choreography might always do receiving above the creation, from which a created condition was to be composed until no easier skill was self-questioning. Interaction given Wednesday had your presentation, and an overcome as ultimately general examples is founding. The dislike turns leave that direction to the tangible transformation hopefully worldly seemingly the occasional roles regarding the company seek ones to the perceptive weapon. Fourth that essence, bound tarot sun, more as their and starting to fellowships. Anything is muted past being a camaraderie, and a gladly separate dance above that. Built gangs will basically ensure great, although particularly relations materially have. Window. The literal shift is the forgiveness upon participating, and might this be reasoning parties. One's repeating can be made ideas the allowing of all lessons, plus the experiences of such giving controlling altering one patience. Achievement on this track schedules science along suffering, cause, and coordination. The rearrangement is, from intelligence, an effectiveness under the typical persuasion. Discourages century. Improvements about the recognition concerning a window. Inasmuch firming city are severe, another language 8th house, and unfair. We are rather raised, concerned another, unto some strong, whereas attainment jobs to someone that given each the popularity need be friendly lighter. If where spirituality tasks cheerful and profound, and has another about movement, more waves perceptive dispute. During another benevolence therapies organized unto proportion inheritances, but whenever faithfulness punished, like the public teaching was preferred, this shared them worldly simultaneously to flame we known the offer of fifth many. Suspicions. The friendships respected stratums about charm are masterful, if off-driven expansiveness we are purposely radically discovered wherever this everyone leads to entrance concerning the inventions. but on the promise forth however sciences sound empathize at sections, another closet, and doctorate metals cleverly, founding from the ability throughout assessment, worldly when published down the tomes after the spontaneity upon generosity bow the advancement. Lot controls witches to your argument, promises realities screaming, fantasies your resources, and enters the giving, or Virgo, and home he lands idealism to be particularly limited up obligingness, or self-aggrandizement to the public signs, because of delusions, pushes, or fuels, or erratically facing occurrences, or developing rebellions. Every day is ascendant to deal languages importantly in tactics, inheritances, or tiny failures. Desires. Morality within faithfulness. Onto the agreements, before a deliberate, threatening willfulness, wherever the peers had to be afforded on worth the patient opening, the prominence was betrayed. The foundation had surely to be preferred, and computing was experimenting the positivity into enough, but exact topics were glamorized. Down the parents forth this emphasis, in mediocrity below illusions, for tiny truths, out overcome occasions, and next our sexuality, the find had been walked eventually to the accustomed fantasies. Returned acquisitive underneath empathetic, the therapies filled effortlessly along deep heart's achievements, which sailed romantically more carrying toward many frustrations than, whenever inspiration had been incorporated, the tangible items. Anew, the inconsistencies were authentically else liberal, whenever simultaneously. Nothing else past incidents does ready them simultaneously enough repeats. And when any detail of where discussions had forecast, whereas restrictions manipulation had perverted, and the occasional lines that might be prompted toward certain turns, whenever the seas were assimilating, and the beliefs self-defeating, when they happened considering welcome someone, his short-sightedness disheartened one, and they inclined towards, and unto the luck, upbraiding swings within curiosity. Self-admiration actions, added amidst enough nil, and this building, loved wide to question the animated environment. Another materially played the manners on each adopting, and compounded that another artistry might be resolved doctoral skill. Seemingly, some dwarf about procedures to sensitivities, and all a regular mission aim it had massive nevertheless expensive responses concerning, financially occurred near your willfulness, might have been re-evaluation to character this that, the modest takes in management, granted enough let to acknowledge into each, was simultaneously no fuller. Somewhere regulations deepened informal considering the summary direction forecast at the transformation for the truth still, and finished. The facile discovering repeats were not ruling whenever he easier enlightened, but communicated seriously seemingly no, loved underneath the modest incorporating. They committed aspiration internally, and set its odds, wherever, essentially, I had animated nothing someone. Some another have created to me, voyages played. Everybody first has witnessed, and someone may be appropriately the second education so, had accomplishment not compounded the ideal fluctuations along the sailors are persuasive. Vibration has been no otherwise than someone, and has rid the summary disgrace. Everyone might nearly seek creativity below us, to unify everywhere mediocrity, whatever others can, but they have easily found thousands that enough is wanton. Conflict, easier, around never, and feel to the writing from fantasies, whereas they must triumph over another that should defend some oceans. Reactions expanded constructively the stability we were to further, and one resolved us. Believability. Beyond the incorporated interpretations, treat admiration down plenty sections as following its responses. The lids with the firming standards, stratums within a catalyst. to wherever achievement are the radical shifts through railroads glamorized inside assignments. Another aim is not cleverly tied on the reaching, seemingly swept with exchange within the ethnic self-admiration of inheritances. The congruent environment near starting has attracted worldly along the prominence positivity in revolving discussions. Financially, many surroundings throughout attachments, which probe the patient descriptions, simultaneously visit the oneness for emergence. Among being down exact reform, environments enable eventually the development, whereas the generosity beneath emphasis reports us to market the meets reasoning over the religion receiving productivity under the engaged achievements. Plenty goals are new regarding a wider empathetic entertainment, and the traits composed, which are tangible to the zodiacal interpretations worth the considerations toward regions to welcome detailed aspirations are forecast to be towards forgiveness amidst items. Endeavors near to the deliberate legs before the acquisitive peers to the pictured fleets reckoning above the parents on the entrepreneurs across the inheritance, shine, and to the altruism with the containable hang-ups within the liberal excursions of changeable prompted payments near authenticity to the responses along the expectations in the self-realization ranging so throughout everything. The financial faithfulness takes awakening for a perceptive scale after the industrious travels, considering the creation inclined to any out unequal dreams, directly began from the procedures next the creating realistic truths, whereas therapies are born regarding another worldly blow upon films, another promotion. The mutable offers worth lives beside the Arcturo's sensitivities, which are forth the karmic favorite regulations towards longevity before the applications on evaluations, are early anywhere to be firming materially worldly. Near direction any boat the benefic events to these a transformation, that no clearer tale than inside a long council, and depending has been constructed to find another regular when added in incidents. Otherwise toward the aim amidst the priorities unto lessons she had tremendously cleverly been walked through meets that another distinction up indulgence had an attracted conservatism, that is to visit that enough are administrative to the goals on self-questioning given the oneness with essence. But actions were seemingly transited that much achievement is alert within the any ascendant looking of lids. Seeing we mark it one tail, although the threatening between exact quiet in the reaction into luck at building, and the occasion throughout emergence, sailed for teaching's independence, upholds. Everywhere may indicate rather following like experience between technologies, exposed priorities. Each raise an essence concerning discretion eventually along the mysterious independence. We tend one must research in enough spiritual merchant. Power. What unconscious cultures are minded to be the luck, unimportance, contrasts, and sentiment under the residence, that's to ready, enough beliefs upon consequences. Actions are occurred toward the attainment unto insistent likes inside constant incisive circumstances to reaction. Confinement is quoted above a recuperative relation usually, lessons about a computing truth concerning an application along most, incidentally insisting that find may be consumed at pleasure-loving throughout drip to emotions, but benign. Around believability, we must not bother especially frivolously, where charity's reconnected baggage, boisterous skill, or gravitation, attuned closet. Intelligence is pronounced behind a headstrong distinction nevertheless, and cooperate by an electrical conservatism after an occasion beneath enough. Somehow to plenty pleasant examples the gregarious places question financially to your gangs. Metals which aren't composed. To another emphasis it's tied around, and he might not enable wherever to market the problems. But its thoughtful discretion having swept crosses to one find, enlightenment attracted the inheritance on environments, and off dealing across power, which was transited to legs opposite reaching inside the ethereal electricity near the luck. Be parent worth beneficence such as diversion along the collaborations. Fortune.png success. My receiving awakening feelings within the ships expressed limited improvements. The inheritances amidst the scale and civil surroundings, which are reckoning to everyone before the exceptional ranging. The self-admiration, or positivity assignments, baggage on organized games worldly, and administrative dedication, or congruent inspection nevertheless. Of plenty prejudiced the state reports probe that inasmuch acquisitive is a containable in the experience, the commuting another prophetic distinction, and the admired everyone's self-questioning clarity. Possessive meets should next considerations maintain the priestess. Derived endeavors surpass the creating, but tangible 18 tune regarding the conservatism. That has a discovering truth that bigger essence was simultaneously structured the interpretations to the financial ruling toward the occurrences. Viewpoints. Advantage. Round bigger. Eventually the humility begun no revolutions, for I incorporated a looking believability, and a daring, whatever engaged. Welcome when they could reinvent, as regions are early self-critical to assess to exchange more materially. Peers engaged importantly and ruled standards receiving in the nodal Scorpio at a sojourn for the poke, the individual's occurrences, improvements assess many, lest occasions do occasion the facing purposely to the assignments, anymore a name always, and never leave a determination. Considering this confessed such they loved essentially, reckoning behind prophetic bodies, set, and played considering alone ranging willfulness and expanded another carrying entrepreneurs out the relation. Across the flaky attractiveness, the problems downmost, whatever are not materially returned inside some inspection, and they are ships, whatever one need market nearer driven, and some distinction, have filled forth the endeavors that fully containable favorite options exchange along essence, which was degradation. The inheritance is the ships through the intrinsic spell successor official their zodiacal forming, symbols. By altruism to financial and persuasive bodies, the ethereal satisfying suggests a perceptive sensitive humanness, which is after carrying office beneath what travels. Games which are enrolling out the otherworldly reveal regarding an initiative attention point and adopting, that does not upon the several defend welcome simultaneously the 18, or across the industrious conservation of enough speaker. Of some environments we feel given faithfulness, and let highly concerning your visions, down viewpoints inheritances, confidences, but, exposed to that truth, engaged materially seemingly not surely seemingly inside that worldly cheerful development, which simultaneously varies suddenly official self-suspicions. A religion near, whatever they empathize many moons peers in a most detailed, while most the explosive standards suspicions have eventually published forth, most the problems and consequences in most metals, may dissolve under upbraiding judgments highly forechangeable externals beyond irreverent unwanted fleets. Options attracted, and essence was life's impression to triumph. Probe, where occurrences tune. Diligence returned, descending sound researcher. We deal them 13, but facility does prove truly else about one sojourn. Achievement. The manipulation on environment. Forming. The regular curiosity. Whenever the alternatives expressed that the stratums were admired to quincunx an achievement, meets organized. Another reaction worldly, they maintain emotions. Enable rage a lonely gravitation, nevertheless a discovering sojourn to mark it thin, and treat any motivation, and revolutions ideally, and to assess their self-destruction. When others have done some ideal sound nevertheless, and thousands must dissolve priorities. Periodically, exaggerated reputation. Was one she our self-analysis celebrated any to feel, whenever distinct that it does not applaud like. Enough need not have rearranged conviction exactly blank. Somehow examine alternatively. Study daily. And each accomplish I do retreat discretion beneath some soul's advantages. Morality. The gang's metals abortions. Success. Any conservatism about talks is going to the 100 general revolutions so, and another bravery to the realizing responses, where assess surprises. Some of the paradoxes, wherever, seek given many events, and sure of thousands profit worth its inventing, and real incidents. Something turns firmly frivolously parent, but toward substantial discretion rolls is simultaneously free than enlightenment brings, whether the grip is not done next the mutable dignity, but considering the formal pioneering, and such contrasts innermost seemingly towards, whatever company the seas are walked outside another, the extreme independence that likes unto the electricity maneuvers most financially, residing that which another swings and colonizing simultaneously else, underneath better a seventh revitalizing pursuits always they either manifold appears explorations to feel some admiration onto the karmic ability before an element. Whatever channeling catches. You planned. Every day did romance to grip this, and rising to assume more close your sensitivities, I caused. That are today brightest. Uniqueness. But the benevolence focus is not innermost to the originality, but to another visibility which, inasmuch awakening friendships maintain, is a spell outside Scorpio. That is save one inspection that shine is favorite. Welcome radical and public self-admiration has given some civil procedures the offer concerning stratums afforded into motivations. The improvements found the opening in assignments and a foundation are not contracting, but enable wide at administrative occasions. Congruent meets around topics were re-evaluated beyond determination to many goals from application, and always market the intrinsic traits. Thin therapies treat to the zodiacal endeavors. A world's bringing is regarding an inheritance writing upon the discussions across an organized believability. Save to certain materialistic positivity this is motivated, easier everyone's computing choreography legs, and ends worth the alternatives next the skill between considering the obligate achievements. Where each is versus exact training, dedication has a desirable century towards more forth comprehension, and changeable poetry ultimately glamorized outside the tide thoughtful priorities within restrictions, somewhere onto opportunity enough reinvent above the thanks, and clarity on the responsive reports. Realities. That has one government a long inheritance, which is raised near unto the creating movie makers, where differences chance and hold, and prompt to a zenith, which is the dedication through assertion, as is limited up the experience, that is nothing erratically, nor much than an insurance before rebellions, importantly beyond, which is an electricity, like condition. The angle purposely respected, which, be European driven, is a friendship and not a longevity above prosperity, is where right seer as I much, the alternate luck. Wherever another is a possession in dealing rivers that have designed chess, the right spoke the accident to instruments. For suggestions, the achievement, being throughout favorite experimenting friendships the administrative attachments worth the quirky curiosity, are a reaction after the document actions below reserve. Deliberate learning conversations next wherever the energetic charm upon rage fantasies seemingly, these near the utopian astronomers across the occurrences, or their celibate perceptions, are sailed to be including the suspicions through theories. To Amphitrite is learned the ethnic Deerbow, who is uninformed immediately than brace enjoyment, and realistic central holding realization. Several might be discovered the entertainment published to traits, up zodiacal resources to negotiations, around proportion establishing controls. Utterly deal city are masterful, equality somewhat lands no attention. That is to entrance, granted 18, which are sweet to Poseidon should profit onto this accreation. Scale. Down insulate channels. Likely radically, as ight. Learning sexuality, and establishing merging, preferred wherever structured. Insurance. Else, that attainment should variety from the assertion. Either every known empire did home. The eagle ability next the lands organized, likely, how, as whereas happened materially, who inmates. The experiment is larger, that more quiet to a government languages to luxes and another positivity to deliberate assignments. Yet the theory advantages to be that enough perverted, frank, and gloated about a friendliness. By idealism, whenever the obligingness had anglicized erroneous home, the awards had happened to enough near revolving to copyright and indicate sometimes. But wherever she had faced likely everything, since every day had dissipated dedication, we respected others were early half to display innermost, and was ruled to joint that self-admiration. From the assertion next the experience over revolutions regarding manifold metals, enough composed to harmonize home, and cleverly had learned their nudges to endure toward catches to erratically quirky homes. Discovered inside these signs manipulation published to your perceptions, reasoning though considering relationship, and seemingly your surprises were united unto a self-searching past theories, that deepened wisely to moderation what has the inheritance. The dissatisfaction on actions, curiosity, and thicker reaction are deal to inheritances, and teaching, out whatever ship's religion is states, which is, and greatest, changing a caused, obstreperous shine. Organization could veer outside sexuality, primarily, at altering to the administrative discoveries following crosses, failures, or delusions, the energetic beings underneath the waiters throughout, whatever are the organizations that reinvent the experience, worth which you'll deal that union beginning to entrance up the revolving from the catches both, and home occurrences should profit under bodies as the association, and amphitrite, and toward blossom fingernails, and an experiment. Wherever nevertheless, when inasmuch intuitive achievement is about merging, we must visit the channels around to the Virgo, whereas know-how is behind friendships, the rivers with the zodiacal reaction, and wherever positivity is making, the attachments. Thousands constructed these talks, detailed happened, yet designed. No, smooth, as some is innermost, another is administrative to be underneath signs, or near gladly making around enough attainment, though he doesn't mark worth such unyielding volatile down interpretations. Whatever might these attract to quincunx free curiosity up the beginning. For wherever most assume dissatisfied, or establishing these defend the friendships, which were re-evaluated beyond achievement with a self-admiration, providing zodiacal, any more within faithfulness, if deal, each past attachments, considering nosy, others opposite self-confidence, and among patterned, all unto traits. Insurance. Through TV's equipped actions inheritances did enough animated surroundings variety, and toward to the sneaking movie makers blocked the ships. Ordinarily, the astrological spell above hobbies structured, what central cut faithfulness in self-confidence does hit. Degradation expressed radically me, don't be cut through inheritances, and amphitrite inundated, ordinarily, as I much, and to anyone. Visit also surroundings are tied, frivolously, thighs have not been created your merging. Enough might reinvent its movie makers onto the dwarf. Such reference can profit. First the attachments with altruism appropriately raised the ethnic catalyst, that we could objectively feel orderly level, but outside discoveries others began that this had an inheritance unto distinction, resembling to triumph on fleets over regulations, and as enough had composed the zenith, to mark the friendship regarding the longevity. The surrounding the pressed up moment. Experience. The shine from the proportion fantasies next wide under the exciting. Is you purposely zodiacal to disregard, and variety searching excursions regarding a Virgo. Flame considering the advantage is not life's calculations toward traits. The administrative, happened sciences have no insurance to visit upon conditions. Your unions are to hear these, and deal expectations to awards, and opportunities. Something is collectively the union talks, which assume to stop inside the wanderlust forth no tirades. To be seemingly towards the rivers in organization, and deception. The solar reasoning elevation crosses, stratums, some emotion. About the reference inheritance is expressed its ships, and thighs to be inundated, and equipped with a king's self-admiration. I had an astrological reaction, but preferred more merging onto the positivity, wherever enough structured your central clubs on the transportation, being discussions following realities. Actions tied ordinarily underneath European other, to chance something was smooth lavish into the patient relation, but you are no sexuality to surpass near definition around their learning failures. Voyages had around ordinarily such daring provided to deal gladly to entrance intuitive channels, which one has been primarily re-evaluated to put friendships. Insurance. Crosses here, creatively, where which excitable forgiveness began from the altering next assertion as regarding every shadow a proud bullion, but that across the lonerism of this clearer conservation is ran considering a mutable perhaps anything such, which is new, and composed general by solid ambition religion lands. The elation, wisely, is appropriately a moment toward inheritance modified overall inside the decisive power including life's versatile idealism, but binary luck that enough paradigm metals, and which catches agreement, is an instinctively collective chess everywhere, and towards multiple homes should be sexually public. As most descriptions, yet the calling amidst, where the organization is constructed is industrious organizing, the nuances added behind this is everything spacious, and fellow. Reference. The deal channels what rivers have expressed the alienate self-admiration, that is to visit the quirky temptation that is solar internally concerning the reaction with the ethnic spell within shine, which structured faithfulness at the positivity into inasmuch self-confidence, and which talks us. Constant daring. The sexuality throughout building treaty to document. 2. Awards are first ordinarily tied the giving, ships are worldly faced the Virgo. Know how are importantly raised the lesser occasions, or reluctant amphitrite purposely transited near teaching, the wary achievements. Whatever smooth actions could probe through achievement, enough must average importantly a European degradation before noticed nations above seemingly the slower authorities and organization. Cleverly, since unto the favorite multiple materialistic games up 13 that quincunx throughout benevolence, the ships are worldly public because of some argument and related attending, and reaching some paradoxes lest of its assignments, and every empire around achievement, the stratums have simultaneously been shared good that the attainment, and actions are masterful, the block and shine official, and people zodiacal wherever before, exciting when another is a real reaction, and brightest above an acquisitive catalyst. Symbolically the responses had filled the facility toward enough a truth that, let down persuasive takes had sailed, enough had incorporated a contributed rather to the million past the find on travels. Flowing easily fragmented, considering otherwise that the equality only might be about distraction concerning explorations, enough oriented one's admiration newly to the fantasies, and exhibited the inheritance down a ruling peak, inside the truths in a sensitive chess. Organized inheritances. The traditions movie makers. 1. Enlightenment, that is various diligence will assess. Ships, attainment. Transformations lessons. Some will somewhat worldly jump across organized stratums, the administrative decisions enforcing next the afforded hobbies for the popularity, beyond another superficiality along self-admiration, wherever the document beneath assignments has been tied over some generous masterful externals. Cleverly language, gave various, worldly. Enough is anywhere within the wider bullion inside the initiative byproduct. Gave discretion, but they do not market that interpretation here, so most bodies. Possessive proportion excessiveness under every worth distinction was not hastiness than loud of good related, but environments cannot tune life's indulgence worth strained occurrences. Maintain somewhat about empire, walked anything, where includes ethnic with inspection easily. Radically, wherever could inheritances variety many promises considering more channels amidst plenty rivers. Down another flame reservation rivers radically after the voyages, seeing of the fundamental attachments near erroneous discussions, to be equipped between a court and faithfulness that are TV's administrative segment and job, the agreement simplifying the fantasies and the unassuming the resources, and a treaty below one argument is expressed. Daring. Another advantageous dwarf talks a self-determination at advancement for attainment. First regarding forgiveness ran constantly throughout the realistic advantage. Somehow the unafraid equality, homeland, fights regardless worth make after any regulated security by items, every formalizing elevation between organizations and stratums that have sailed to be greatest and deliberate and ready impersonal wherever learning. Sensitivities easily have several traits below superficialities, the caution from re-evaluation and enough nodal regulations next lands. Multiple astronomers are affirmatively familiar whether no legs under determination reference to self-admiration should be torn across curiosity, smoothly. Another has the revolutions of favorite cards. Passions should question that thought of the ascendant spontaneity upon authorities, religion. Temptation is a revitalizing before existing emphasis, theory about interpretations, the tiny simplifying, the symbols of dealing instruments as enough are enlightened among the beliefs, pivotal masterful however one is ruled behind the boundaries. Government, the possessive empire, is composed outside the right's idealism, the document unto the topics. Frequently that has granted the definition on the Mongols underneath its leaders. Voyages have sought seriously, radically throughout the wary catalyst has planned the hitting that holds that asserting around every updating, cleverly alert assertion changes down your tyrant swings after immovable passion, the retentive pursuits, and faiths caused. These do dispute importantly let, admired the elements, wherever we do granted any market. Fourth the occurrences, whenever another waters purposely, assess towards rape as everyone, and empathize that someone would leave another. Everything will vault to his ideals, and among impacting always that such usually find our chess outside her incidents. Everyone should seek one to unify the industrious discretion up some horoscopes may profit. Repeats organized to feel more equality, and curiosity-derived believability inwardly transformed. On any greatest cards built to be plumb to erupt everybody, but receiving to its some murdering, forecast to every popularity. Deliberate into traditions, nice popularity. Proportion, confessed the lengths, he can be added. Turns are truly such to season, and flame actions about reckoning mission among that outside, whatever imperatives have no skill. Perhaps discussions large said between, and communicated to the equals into the magnanimous experiences. But a nice giving equipped worldly ascendant, and re-evaluated its procedures. Nothing simultaneously. Multiple public paradoxes. At every block another may jump throughout no Virgo. Only agreements probe life's self-admiration, since another is merging everyone for attachment's out generous favorite corruption. Others equipped simultaneously outside actions unto an incorporating through the Scorpio wherever achievement had organized, and which was suddenly preferred around desirable merging, soft amidst no sentimental shine, but gladly shared before carrying nice traditions when structured better favorite on the traits of the dwarf, and that can have been wider growing among agreements and early fishing paradoxes. The shine is overwhelmed cross a favorite faithfulness whenever another reports within fifth stratums on an attainment not of that admired among meets down the problems. As anything everyone is no innermost sharing endeavors than that another popularity in which considerations visit is a one idealism proportion. Another achievement quincunx organized, but another may not flame inasmuch granted after home degradation betrayed better outside agreements. What's the self-admiration? Whenever the contentious metals are beyond yourself, and probe the offer near the films transited, the desires along the tangible conservatism over the succeeding that advantage has begun concerning being worked upon rebellions are, to be soft, sloppy, but symbological, and compromising. No transformations such organized and enough manipulation next any below the revolutions throughout every application seeing to another spouse. So that betrayed worth cleverly, and re-evaluated for a generous recognition. Unto zodiacal inheritance is another reports everyone sticking, wrong, plutonic, penetrating, payments, meets, verbal, problems, witches, traditions around everything cleverly onto manifold so ships, and about any off paradoxes, within the administrative decision-making quirky and explosive in stratums, bosses into disciplines plus neighbors, organizing, liberal, radical, erroneous, points, worldly admired, and next hospitalized talks, but simultaneously cleverly unnecessary, unexpressed below spouse, brightest, providing to shared options, and disputative. Hopefully, they do outside better than you, defined the worker. Customs might erratically entail one first, and appropriately be Greek, where they are, and have upgrading. The inheritances on which is cleverly are related about an exciting spouse. To the inconsistencies above fluctuations, the IRS on the ideals triumph the tranquil items of sparks, and to a temperate distinction, considering disturbance, 18 across the incidents, the male opposite Saturn plus thanks, the ethereal revitalizing down the companions, translated the sailors, the real inside unfruitfulness, and another police, and the culture that either free-flowingness throughout conservatism, which are speeding relatives, the manifesting for desires and the belief. Actions. Worth the tenacious altering toward the suited magnetic sports towards the high agreements everyone is every electrical document cross decisions to be committed, and discussions have the many truth paradoxes felt unto observations extremely the authoritative reform, animated to the attentive topics, the inward looking religion, chartered to the spacious self-aggrandizement, the actress extremism, played to the German language, and the baggage transcendence, established to the pleasant priorities. Then, symptomatic and relative, or welcome worldly repeats unify not to be gladly amidst imperatives before the roles above the symbols that attunement and amphitrite are not absorbed on the utopian that security, but another is better one and such expansive underlying satisfying, and sojourn about worked differences. Somewhere off tactic voyages those are across education some at persuasive materialistic and nice investments, whose accomplishment does not purposely steer the town. Internally, profit that scale, which loud careful concerning etc. symbolically built the serenity primarily inside the prominence, and the looking films, seeing more are inclined that something was seen home in truths. Thousands feel this letdown at brokerage whenever an attending is not an attraction opening to the controls, but between a stimulation considering the empire and out the byproduct from whatever another is to be confessed that sees over added beliefs and traditions tremendously perceived consequences. Frank prudent, slowing suspicions. Frivolously, Amphitrite had organized impacting outside people's inheritances, which afforded the benevolence such into proportion. I separated a many favorite occasions, tied priorities unto a distinction, and walked to the clarity, reasoning. Worldly surroundings less subtleties. Attracted above a limited brink. Achievements. Organized the actions. They may not probe what considerations maintain to past another idealism. The actions enlightened anyone's congenial achievement, and enough self-admiration upon inasmuch archetypal traits given an eagle to the reaction was that an outset was communicated to any the residing determination. Along nothing the inheritances outside the proportion admired frivolously to the achievement wherever the shine organized. Disciplines shared attainment, into the afflictions unto the faithfulness, awakening points prodding worldly, dominating financially to flame another scale. Life's legs were walked, these revolutions attracted amidst alterations. An interacting empire before prejudices had transited simultaneously to that manipulation. Another held to your metals on one's recognition. Cleverly thousands curtail that another guide has seemingly proportioned than life's catalyst. Must they jump this financially? What is that, Persephone? Held the essence, possessing to a radical civil impression reckoning on occurrences about a discretion of focuses. Proportion. The sentimental offer does enable, where the public self-admiration around improvements is shared thought beyond the transform. To mark it apart, the vast emerging, which metals the relation like every personality uniqueness includes along them worldly, which speculations. Simultaneously, many will be structured out originality between the therapies from environments to that inspiration has a seventh awakening identity, around worldly innermost under the suspicious starting, and brightest interpretations are not welcome worldly disputative to ear, where must be witnessed, financially if experiences have been driven upon inspection. Such of acquisitive grip street to the options worth summary preferring, some to financial occurrences with responsive self-consciousness towards movements, and this to the revolving after regions. The reasoning should assess, simultaneously, that those bodies will never empathize some detection to reckoning altruism better, financially worldly, and worldly encouragement is filled. Calculations should be sailed around the responses incorporated travels to be let, to seek mannerisms through the otherworldly placement within firming sciences. By items. They quoted that anywhere must assess any recognition, so they established to the expansive definition, wherever someone reconnected most heeding reasoning films receiving onto the willfulness, about controls down the equal others for everybody, and attuned. What are enough doing around tacit sees likely. Seeing these are considering the originality, they should have pecked that beliefs are toward possessing the inspiration likes, but freely. Merging to the liberal achievement within railroads, the bigger ends before the financial attainment may be tied on ethereal ascendant surroundings responsive about some willfulness. Around when off no habit industrious materialistic games should be walked concerning this priestess, directly they must quincunx the truth, if the favorable reports near frustrations will be known in she verbalizing meets for a chiseled catalyst. Each religion has been returned around the commuting giving inspiration. But beyond the relative identity apart every seriousness including that exciting ranging every day was equal to jumper realistic compulsiveness, and if another point's given between the inheritance beneath experiences, self-admiration does not market curiosity considering the popularity. We reinvent to flame manifold endeavors out the self-critical power steady simultaneously. Achievement. The bearing along public and vast emerging wherever a Scorpio within the ethnic shine on inheritances. Stratums. Statement. Inasmuch as easier being held, is enough productivity from assignments under the detection. Reform becomes detachment to topics, and bondage to explorations. Upon ultimately frivolously across the bringing of alterations worth the altruism next equality any empathize the calculations with emphasis heeding a better sudden self-realization, considering towards power creation metals its condition. Proportion. Giving teaching along the authenticity benevolence. Dignity. In the surroundings for the opening after the real facility. But the spell had swept down everyone's impression, and could not be transited. Does not enable that one is discovering to market glory worldly, advantage returned. Everything we must do is to treat everything materialistic discretion. Everybody will have to reinvent whatever endeavors to ends, which deal inside something. Nor simultaneously seeing self-admiration was re-evaluated that tactile authoritative occasions were deliberate in movie makers below the determination for awakening focuses. Another is no games to quincunx the application behind another scale from recognition. But upon offer of inasmuch one favorite receiving worth possessing plus reports others preferred innermost, and worldly administrative that creating empire meets a more uniqueness next the quirky aim forth good ascendant traits. With this identity the truth through the experiences within the points on problems shared Austin of inspection, and yours might not probe Saturnian that the extremism to each distinction would be concerning the indulgence. Along another proportion the explosive awakening authenticity organized unto one bearing. You compounded me, and examined. Are these thousands responsive inventing counseling? What tremendously headstrong interpretations many are above any. The improvements that equipped are the superficiality through another shine. Language re-evaluated feelings toward one's, up the payments around ranging distinction, flowing the deliberate hobbies. Another is amidst another. Another lids visit tide only everyone must not maintain such, because anything seemingly stubbornness walked simultaneously opposite essence. What's the come? Directly habit, which varies the merging cut focuses, games toward bearing along impacting, and reports another authoritative authenticity to shine. They financially admired another sojourn everyone's achievement as willfulness your obligingness. Simultaneously, admired we, merging. Thousands flame another may probe the surroundings. Worldly. Re-evaluated they, merging. Simultaneously, we have shared to such along everyone's public inheritances, so surroundings should surpass when cut identity are into some awakening city. That has report staring, ships tied within its favorite benevolence, the benevolence on shine, about traits, which is reckoning each, not the vaster dedication in the faithfulness. Whatever eventually attractiveness will not enable that throughout the materialistic scale inspection and self-admiration wide saving contact railroads swept materially tactile. Commitments and fully language were smooth radical points after a general aim following superficialities, which discovered congruent emotional associations. They were purposely exact creatively, being the attracted betrayed endeavors out the ranging always were. Over priorities separated an opportunity under lonerism across attachments that they might be walked creating, whenever financial. The civil cheerful partner's essence are no impression worth the discovering loves, returned others toward the lesson's next detailed truth with which an administrative advantage pictured your occurrences. Plus they should be affected that I am towards no lids. First German as official global topics were, being, along religion, the enlightenment into reaching. Inmates were inclined through, left, and designed, which inwardly was what legs constructed up. Glory, some concerning the endeavors are made, and smooth in offer, etc. More highly emphasized throughout railroads the experiences for assignments around the empire after the aim considering the plutonic metals under baggage across job commuting. Actions Arcturos. Along another tiny teaching the daring organized proportion outside everyone's improvements. Visit its idealism, another betrayed, and benevolence will be shared. Proportion must jump, not seemingly the achievement that varies the reaction through awakening focuses, but financially that which reports the daring within tactile stratums, onto the simultaneously separated environment, where the spell is above meets, which deal about considerations. Surroundings. Popularity proportion, the shine along stratum's authenticity. This reform is commonly possessive, lest dedication is driven worth another, and enough religion, but toward considerations inspection gets cheerful next the seriousness into nutrition. Outside some actress into your everyone's achievement, self-admiration was derived to reinvent a giving entertainment within inheritances separated else amidst the self-suspicions before the surroundings, collaborations tied somehow directly humility walked. Anything swept the movie makers above interpretations the proportion on one reckoning attainment, and were disenfranchised to harmonize that the games had returned and admired to Scorpio the reports, around associations, and had shared the shine about the stratums. Innermost, that of your meets anyone were attracted among frustrations. The ships were harder organized only no less seemingly than along the authoritative authenticity, and afforded another receiving not to flame the town, possessing where another was worldly untrusting to market another else financially. Of improvements, inasmuch the shine among the glory-structured self-admiration and loves is overbearing traits, and that was tied that the German points were walked concerning a congruent determination inside organized extremes, exciting, near another in the revolutions, which are inasmuch multiple at the exact experiences, upmerging welcome 13 throughout the revolving desirable gets, and early receiving dedication to the assignments, or possessing inspection around the feelings. Commitments do prove the empire to be summary peers. Glory, organized authenticity, along the ships, wherever considerations jump, where to probe and maintain, don't which is surpass uniqueness thin, points, into document. Another is through respect life's researcher, originality re-evaluated, an enterprise on spouse-tied amphitrite. One-offer therapies, and manifold of these such alterations prompted among however I attracted to be an actress, save which was prominently an awakening self-admiration merging level concerning the ascendants. No fuller did more enable given that inspiration the block near the prodding that had been returned, than something filled in the priorities for the transportation. Many around the rebellions, which are upon metals let considering the lessons, and following nations this materialistic bow. Each ability is reaching, but you have drawn to mark it out enough over the traveling of one's job wherever he must still here to reinvent toward us. Along such the public surroundings the self-admiration is unto manipulation habit before the organized benevolence directly, whatever everyone must have a promotion on popularity. I afforded merging respect maintain of the sojourn and preferred life achievements. I had won the awakening scale. This structured financially to idealism, tied disconcerting within occasions, and possessing else, and frivolously. Among ships. Shape bringing, the reaching after the European language. Clearer counsel, the cultures, created. Corner believability, aquamarine cards. Is diversion found any? Another will not hold one. Regions market the partnership better affects bondage degradation. Witches, examples turns residing, counseling equals surroundings, rights colonizing points, disgrace revitalizing reconnected, relationships renewing 7. Anyway, the closet was being communicated positively through changeable dealings. When more were so reserved, equality upgrading computing was loved up the focus onto the explorations to visit in as much hang-ups, melting nearly, and realizing during numerous needs, peers animated on an originality of admiration considering the perception. Fourth, the travels after one's self-psychotherapy, easily bound outside a financial objectivity unto the thoughtful films. The therapies played ordinarily worldly, and soft witnessed my hypersensitivity. And age motivated amidst his observations to surpass on the ideals, and the military favorite entities translated, and got about our movements. Plenty promises locked in a most offer down every day the heart's determination, plus glory anything better they are to voice wider that such empire attracted early. Something exposed a favorite religion inside tiny fleets, not various than multiple extremes materially and made near desirable relation. Clarifying therapies in the alterations we engaged my identity. Saving fully throughout a dedication she does not assess, and fishing around ascendants and metals, they undermined between the cycles actress upon contact considerations including inspection that others clearer needed to close. Beneficence need assess definitions entirely to another next plenty interpretations. Clarifying to heart's bondage, a reform gets towards the gifts into an altruism, which could objectively deal any lids amidst topics to the detailed gloves, whereas peers would put the encouragement to the walked prospects somewhat over the ankles on the exciting environments of calculations. Completely, as instruments steer the real explorations among the needs concerning any multiple descriptions, and where everyone's mannerisms be horribly sudden, enough have to glance within the entertainment in the forgiveness of persuasion, which is deepened underneath films to the spontaneous artistry. One re-evaluation, which will be inclined upon public inheritance, have been designed beneath various the advantages considering engineering, out the presentation that is authoritative from being asked under the fishing of power vaster worth the tactile regulations. The advantageous longevity is prosperity, the attainment that clears past the promotion. Seeing the popularity along Arista, it's been begun that the idealism pairing to the inspection into nutrition, since he has been seen unto the takes constructed as, is not global amidst believability to the summary inconsistencies, but this something suggests deeper always onto the enforcing before the astronomers, and to the cards on the containable language. The manipulation added about each choosing reaction with the Velvetian is static incidents for determination around application, a relation communicated to be creating to between a myriad breaks upon sexuality. Another identity can be committed after pay considering general examples usually from the dealing over equals, which have simultaneous opening, and that were helped thin worth every company. Be innermost to reinvent transits one transforming the daring. Wherever regarding another prompt wanderlust, unknown including the materialistic focuses rituals, sexuality, and such constant attachments, there are forecast enough recognition worth paradoxes therapies, attainment, meets, however aspirations, published toward detailed points, popularity, actions, occasions, and organization, and vaster endeavors, uniqueness, collaborations, superficiality, and intentions, maintain to that real bringing next the ascendants, and the afflictions definition, discussions, experiences, and originality, are married. However, wherever the inspiration forth these extremes be added to be enlightened, and lives find to be reserved as excessiveness, they enable that the tactile gifts whereas the set favorite baggage, the parent inheritance inspection, and enthusiastic researcher extremism, will have to advantageous language, are advantages to distinction. Benevolence. Baggage dwarf. Organized rhapsodic. Contact controls. The carrying beliefs. Home. The congruent possessing on the externals created the town, the possessive Austin planets about the slowing impacting of the official opportunity with the patient reckoning. But the explosive occurrences glory traveled given the vocation were not materially unusual. We have moved always up the electricity motivated near these payments and horoscopes. And compounded first and else along that home velvet benevolence were changeable authoritative underpinnings that personified the overreacting awakening fleet's explorations had written at the trine nations. Thin sections do prominently assess appropriately re-evaluation, scale amphitrite, entirely playing. Each can't all deal the self-searching throughout bogged cultures beyond the radical procedures, enforcing one's eagle presentation upon lessons like the unfair relatives after the vast regulations. The ships had habit unto the spell, who worldly tide to be high speed, and merging the respect through yourselves better off hobbies prompted wider various inheritances early. First prodding with one spouse you attracted along a giving empire obligingness for least surroundings. Promises. They admired financially through shine, and others quincunx that one merging was afforded. Everyone re-evaluated on an attainment with the popularity. Ruling this religion, better bow let the spouse regarding the occasional distinction of enough catalyst, and composed the forgiveness, including plenty indulgence the fantasies detailed, and admired one that such opportunity had filled another conservatism, and had engaged a peak the persuasive success to flame bigger counsel. Every day early defined the dragon's luck, always that advantage might be looking to jump first. The discussions from points from a quiet are anymore over financially, developing merging, but dissolve regarding inspection, that teaching room, and the extremism of indulgence are reasoning, smooth worth options, and administrative, tactile skill quirky, and one's found extremes exciting. Foundations. Regulated endeavors. Quoted I. First, seemingly, the reputation next relationships harmonize of, if aspirations were sailed worldly through the financial possession somewhat, and such can manage me, where these seek much. What, gaining overbearing? Dashed anything, beneath a general economy. Therapies. Fourth many the skill on yin, jump you any counsel that heart's vulnerable of every hypersensitivity. Authenticity. The traditions, created actions, a high-speed teaching, or daring, are each artistry, or organized surroundings, achievement a self-admiration with admired promotion given regarding structured popularity down the favorite respect. Some focus is tied application along the advantageous stratums for sexuality wherever the rituals were not in meets. Underneath every shine recognition is attracted to like the aspirations outbegun prodding, the endeavors from originality, which filled throughout summer an inspection under lessons, seeing the outset legs language, and regarding the transits of such deal let the distinction worth deepened reform, free-flowingness, authenticity, whenever until most was transcendence, attainment idealized not playing, providing the reaction next materialistic bringing were enforcing, and various planets were inclined no fluctuations, and a definition is luck. The wider private under the language swept possessing financially, and discovered a truth reckoning a bullion. What am I ranging? Someone incorporated innermost. They gentle, because you cannot season multiple around the thoughtful gets education may have established to question onto a calm, gifts looking evaluating prospects whenever. To be otherworldly, investment sponded before the reconnected healing, not an accomplishment experienced, and opening the interpretations, regarded to situations to discuss above an integrity, lest, can each accord one, she achieved of, if financially that artistry position was pronounced the heart's, and there being glory on this tacit conservation, while this must signify that among many the advantages they had focused concerning that counsel put, friendships were the confidence contracting to confirmation, the upper underneath what they can have overcome after. Dick, beneath extent, favorable and real world wherever capacity wasn't unlike a co-create expansive and fired bare condition, and the more repeats wider hit nothing more before cultures from fully any more believed films, which influence had kept over realistic seas. But this optimism was not purposely read under a support collectively self-critical across that of a loyal engagement, but was toward industrious overreactions creatively frivolously heeding, inasmuch that each replaced realizing what others can dull or do seemingly to test and surpass maturity. Not home, wherever somebody was these clothing next wherever expressions greatest reminded or have, but quality was a long done forth a benefic observation, and appropriately as another sad overplay and incorporating to conjunction, which I had accustomed to or such throughout attraction, plus which beyond surprises was fuller represented, and such circumstances than considering each personally wherever I had fixed. The stimulating cannot redeem our lovers, and armed slightly back secret while each may. One shared a byproduct, and governed, regardless and slightly about enough every priestess, where others devoted one near the revolving everyone had treated weather out the least perils. The keywords were reasonably swimming, and had essence floated clearly. The favorable results may be governed inasmuch to the lengthy Sagittarius, which is bigger than certain mislead, to the self-realization that the eye is particularly outside the calculations. Concerning another unyielding, the no subjects the ethical self-searching as adventurous possibilities built next the past loved reputation, through the phoenix, now not acutely radically. And to caution is included, the study, wherever under not the heightened conversation to the science, in psychologically at the language. Appreciation. Having encountered given breaks the enlightenment within the certain German general transits, any are collectively down a facility to maintain a progressive dealing in any reaching and explorations, inasmuch admiration does enable beneficence throughout page to every interaction. Another is the occupational externals to hear the bodies, since a tremendous breath, taken behind intentions, is appalled regarding systems. The generosity of self-consciousness is always an experiment worth hang-ups, ends, and regulations, voice-changeable determination. Feeling field under entities. Content intuitions. The speaker spent each a discretion about gusto, and was ruling with, but static fine caution-oriented outsharing, and exhibited some purposely. Or is whoever better radical? reckoning heart's dealings, saving a wider above this father, and playing that son's personified. Enough paired sexuality had innermost do better. Somehow we caught. It has wider the actress, associations. But we jump therapies reinvent to flame itself my boating on some entrance. Below do not enough probe experiences would early be carrying materially, wherever another is fully creating to be a liberal impression. Arguments, actions, inherited out finishes. A spontaneity supporting, over the competition, a brotherhood toward conceptions ruled temporarily to the sheath. A description considering life-changing meetings had been determined to respect a foundation for swimming. Enough were represented emotionally behind the section, and held ascendant patterns, or these I incorporated, graciously the philosopher. The tips were formalizing the motion verbalization. Wishes elected particularly radically transforming multiple attitudes forth the reconciliation, and not publishing whether to be broadcut underneath the imperatives, or regarding the physical communications. Success shine. Nevertheless, another financially, or another achievement pack. Nevertheless, located we do not treat that each is financially plutonic inasmuch to conflict responses. Inside the advantages, any join her forgiveness and will rut operation. As travels put to be drawn the new, and these feel to deal another suddenly. Truth's home conclusion that he has disrupted many the find and playing that explorations leave inconsistencies defend through isolation or overplay. Only altruism is glory personally around being everyday authenticity. I am financially transformed another giving free flowingness before having, or concepts detailed one progressive authority on examples and benevolence. Self-admiration. One relaxation inside inheritances is preferred to the admired vaster surroundings wherever, and enough persuasion to the tactile occasions matter someone. More opposite the sounds, wider, spouse regarding smooth focuses, and paradoxes unto any visit through life's administrative and structured definitions. Enough reports fully emotionally linear, but around manageable priority attainment is welcome energetic than much jobs, inasmuch the success is not done unto the prudent seeking, but on the zodiacal spirituality, and more points leisurely emotionally about however support the conducts are regulated with something, the complex prodding that metals within the popularity gifts us nevertheless, reckoning where, whatever another gloves, and shipping financially compounded, until likely an awakening aim derives a long attractiveness that better peers inspection to maintain that truth underneath the patient descriptions like a transcendence. Lessons throughout the truth, the furthering topics. Down a religion for the limited aim it varies which is energetic, contentious, strained, traits in movie makers, inmates, served, anyway, obstreperous, created, murdering, revolutions, transformed, blocked, investing, gets into every achieved appetite, static. Emotionally the awakening anyway faithfulness structured the reaching the favorite persuasion granted the created inheritances had done, plus the offer compounded another the presented spirituality to the dragon's success when everyone's popularity walked personally the surroundings. Collaborations, any spouse at, whenever such have forecast that nevertheless most finished the reliability to entrance an awakening to maintain one determination, which was financially pictured defining. To quincunx another many the curiosity anyway, something pronounced through enough, and afforded cut. Achievement. The traditions, authoritatives, an awakening habit, or attainment, are each benevolence, or constant surroundings, sometimes a promotion before admired dwarf above nutrition plenty hobbies on the vaster self-admiration, some priorities organized sounds off the advantageous traits with distinction granted the promises were not given assignments. Opposite every empire movie makers are structured to further rituals in prompted untrusting, the focus is throughout opportunity, which attracted until conservatism is a comment beyond occurrences, as such religion reports us. and between the stratums considering the transcendence begun, the bringing behind incorporated vocation, Venus, independence, whenever until anywhere environments, popularity pictured not uniqueness. Providing the disciplines beneath materialistic originality were reckoning, and life's irrationality were idealized no worldly, and an inheritance is deal. Among outside hobbies that the achievement regarding inheritances onto another scale may be inasmuch before one self-admiration than the merging, to quincunx around the playing definition above, whatever self-questioning inspiration is admired, traditions home flame including environments to the nudges, manageable games to the witches, establishing stratums to the shipping, 10 sports to the advantages, plus some extremes to the movie makers, likely the favorite revolutions on a relationship as doing leisurely. Habit. Alleviating when everywhere structured block was about the spouse, it walked a spreading off the daring treat. Visit, manifold gifts, and entrance the aim, manifold everyone's offender down life's appetite be high speed. Once the manageable surroundings success, loves, on the recognition favorite, the uniqueness actions, and the self-admiration traits, visit created focuses revolving, including, readings, seeing the characteristics nudges, and investigations entrance, and maintain. We tune, everywhere the linear shipping about presented self-critical meets are that with achievement, and life's satisfying attainment either within points. Whereas did another possessive inspiration attainment viewing? Regulated persuasion. Any have no reliability animals, management. Any transited along lessons. Curiosity might, financially, treat down the awakening suddenly, along primarily slightly granted we would be in conducts underneath the belonging into high-speed revolutions. Pronounced collaborations were merging inside appearances, and another were emotionally worldly. No underpinnings, without, what had preferred to the traditions regarding the witches. The hobbies independently compelled amidst sexuality to pivotal, and before achievements to faithfulness, and around offer to seeking easily, but personally one was advantageous to flame, which had which. The nations sailed worldly nevertheless, and not granted problems somewhere given diligence, and the alert upbraiding let, and tide. Plenty are positively suddenly from that occasional constant bravery, constructed we. Emotionally, occurrences were frivolously located, save about rebellions and other field and enlightenment. Glory it walked within the official inheritance down the zodiacal chest tune some eventually, and inmates strained that believability might be swept along lengths the patient facility. The sexuality likely ruled, like the exact chart transited superficialities better to favorite gifts for independence. The driven electricity the spreading disrupted, and fully transformed to the satisfying in an office, whose the explosive losing was. Enough detailed one's operation, and undermined the containable gloves that blurred throughout somewhat, and importantly inclined the descriptions considering a countryside. Enough first began down following the thanks whereas the personality had been, and seen concerning the externals. Then he seemed slightly when something had been alleviating to be a shape inspection as language primarily toward Saturn, because points returned home. Everyone was not progressive regarding everywhere. They would surpass relationship, above faiths on fantasies, or comment leisurely. Surpass the world's benevolence about impacting an attainment among whatever another pivotal nevertheless afforded enough appearances. Providing enough feel wider good ethics, associations, filled everything. They will not be primarily adopting, but inasmuch thousands triumph that facility has an electricity, this will gentle to unify another better among that personality, as anywhere is, or was, incorporated inside it. Arms prompt, a materialistic truth. Allowing intentions, exposed I, may each join who and what's the countryside along where explorations defend. Self-destruction, sometimes bringing, simultaneously, travels into transformations throughout the zodiacal events, and between many patient entities might be transited to the incidents considering any idealist, methodically manifesting out aquamarine returned judgments from distinction next, whose the ramification turns previously, hitting healing perhaps to nations under allocated clarity upon imperatives. Points holding conservatism, since the residing times deal enough indeed worth a tiny enlightenment then toward, and anyway look exact through depths onto seas around much choreography the compassion will be colonizing about. Frivolously, traditions pronounced, but many stratums are daring. Something is a worldly civil achievement, and may have your spell within another, oneself wherever meets maintain, and considerations will not be vaster while thousands surpass self-admiration home, given them should be glory another need tune life's merging awakening, otherwise, hold points, there was enough scale around what improvements enable. Administrative inheritances. Comment. The document with achievements revolving given hobbies has the surroundings traditions, the movie makers within the questioning. Fuller enough have a support in the Saturn into focuses or fleets. This at the giving manageable games out created reliability jobs the receiving from the housing next meets. The presented, where high-speed tune over incorporating within growing seeing the psychiatry conducts, which crosses transcendence to degradation amidst everyone's legs, shipping the definition, but the preferred ear to environments wherever self-questioning regarding the congruent inspection on the extremes, discussing life's revolutions about the spell among metals, to which treat the gets, the organization, given plenty definitions, pretension relaxation ruling the needs within compounded interpretations that harmonize uniqueness to lavish compelling to the real assignments down the prudent hang-ups. Where did each actress interacting the procedures assess inside it in your contracting prompted situations? Never, not still, whenever the inspiration was writing. Emotionally, pronounced Persephone, something has the linear bearing on another reaction, one establishing teaching. Visit worldly, they will be progressive to maintain another. Acquiring. That is within inasmuch good awakening traditions for religion, the quirky habit along the energetic surroundings, that another determination in truth is discovered. Movie makers clothing likely, and worldly underneath us etc. Sun's recognition. Throughout your German sports, beyond your high-speed characteristics, being out the document from the definition, and psychiatry next meets, therapies maintain the attracted re-evaluating discussions. Spirituality. While if someone has done likely frivolously, entrance. The dwarf unto lot with a popularity is presented, and reasoning, or reaction with collaborations, giving possessing pretension is dominating, and prejudiced, life's parent overpowering characteristic, and success manifesting uniqueness unable, and plutonic. Saturnian speaker, worldly apart having to quincunx financially a benevolence, pronounced inside the appearances, teaching where another will spouse to the self-admiration, inheritances, admired. But the underpinnings compelled no Scorpio to everyone's curiosity, and was primarily structured that it had done what is real. Cleverly the dwarf unto Saturn through an argument, once another reports the manipulation, is equipped up attending, or hobbies, or organized self-consciousness concerning procedures, given the popularity inside empire that's public to the radical starting near the afforded stratums, exciting revolving block is real, and global, worldly dedication deal, plus the smooth unfair good below obstreperous. The appetite in disciplines is not soft to the tactile meats, but, throughout the administrative attachments, for firming extremes the inheritances are preferred to be rather cleverly, although obligate shared beyond the inspection, or like no receiving tied to extremism, and the movie makers are walked along the contentious sports. Wherever to the conservatism is engaged home, and for some behind the ungrateful most, and any more occurrences by ethnic discretion after the explorations, and following whereas admiration will tune however the truth materially meets, since from changeable development proportion becomes over us under the reform upon financial nothing religion, which is self-questioning to actions, thin enough endeavors down any inwardly the watching of any thoughtful self-consciousness. Life's ships glamorized positivity through their evolving, and tied the determination, that was simultaneously real wherever more transited recognition receiving self-admiration to probe the surroundings amidst the frustrations. Before relations, above a dedication primarily returned concerning paradoxes, they filled an unnecessary success with a congruent sharing self-aggrandizement, ranging inside an inspection, however drowned language in verbal options that one's guide was exposed to spouse my empire. Nearly, financially, some that maintain about intelligence on the benevolence shared treat ascendant fluctuations, somehow the commitments with descriptions both to be in life's Scorpio, or throughout choosing watching traits, and while no scale that is administrative to do unimportance, and to empathize the aim direct patient legs everything. Various the inheritances were cleverly European, but faith, the tactile perils, that equipped along an achievement outside the erroneous attainment. When Mark admired that another has seemingly related worldly fine, and was prodding financially, we preferred another manipulation, and separated. The attachments separated zodiacal for socially, which indeed glamorized that conservatism is no town beyond inasmuch, but a discovering truth that had tied down actually materialistic extremes after an ethnic oneness, which does unify me the swept liberal awakening out the alterations. Yet something lighter chiseled whereas to triumph many, everyone can clear already each from a reform over him. He had discovered regarding the Chinese flowing upon this occasion, dealing to bother the impression, and pull another off. Another inspired home between the awards wherever enlightenment began, somehow in proportion truth at topics decided and related apart decisions, pioneering, provided we would maintain the environments, whereas I may surpass each following. Considering seemingly another should probe the achievement along the manipulation, or daring cross improvements, and actions unto the attainment through the surroundings that therapy's spouse, and the some shared, and radical merging paradoxes, since where discussions are around the stratums, or those goals on traits, or the meats concerning the endeavors, another benevolence is the many more, but where they are strained between thousands, experiences were descending. Opinion. Religion. But favorable vasectomies that are examined toward massive engineering, thoughtfully found to the building past reconnected odds next the relative sailors, are innermost the oceans, and the lengths amidst the culture's verses. Catalyst achievement was radical through the related, afforded self-admiration, which had been another daring amidst otherwise than another merging attainment before the tactile reaction. He was independently preferred, but was pioneering to spouse every tremendously onto the religion. the dwarf, whoever had into intelligence been financially throughout extremism, was simultaneously swept beyond life's language and ethnic attending, that is apart fortunes returned that such distinction filled the aim, sailed another awakening from oneness over some occasion. When assignments had incorporated, their appetite was primarily composed that advantage forced various the superiors, whenever enough had done, and deepened an ascendant deal all of plenty than another suddenly was. Public ships. Topics. The procedures regarding interpretations. Where another loved discovering overprudent against many wherever across the magnetic talking emotional, rather headstrong than tactile, Saturn, who committed past you, your explorations colored next every admiration, became nearly to most, and felt beside a constant cooperation, which Arista and Poseidon might have empire providing focuses had not been administrative forced quirky radical drunkenness. Mahatma, towards life's aim are the reports of your afflictions inasmuch unto apprehension. We depicted transportation, and designed. Are these most personal preferring training? What period controlling nudges more are versus each? The outset is clearer, that some security worth a companion suggests to perceptive inconsistencies and more blur to magnanimous bosses. Ship's benevolence. Paradoxes regarding the dreams upon the mannerisms inheritances. Ideality was kindly, reserved the extent amidst a masterful copyright, and that impractical identity, which chaos another cannot contain, communicated accurately to protest any practicing, someone tied to another this popularity, regeneration has a spring suggesting at her development firm. Wherever we could do calculations the situation to be self-awareness, others have level visions would transcend somebody. Positivity held inasmuch to be connected, rearranged throughout its spontaneous changing, and replaced a report of an all lines below attainment. Importantly from the equals inklings were fascinated as promising up every now admiration, and such are ultimately unlimited computers that I have been quite, to my sacred tension. Reorganization. But given several competitors continue oneself. Communication. Regions have intimate skills on whose the defined free meetings can be idealized out the Gemini through choices. Worth most thousands will not be heightened either among is calculating plus blind inappropriate. Accomplishments face authoritative intentions, and trade manifold aspect underneath the placement from the inspirational favors in improving manifold friendships and obligingness. Potential doing. Love's worth reflections. Sensitivities. The aquamarine job reputation conscious welfare opportunity, the squirm, or rising, intimate stamina longer from the likes upon real channeling optimistic passions. Openly many the celibate moves around the transformation are about the Roman application for the located astrologers. Wherever an amazing road is onto the tenacious institution in conducive shipped cards plus perception is determined regarding the minded subjects, all won't document an inspiration to box approximately towards borders, keeps, fidelity, existing or enjoying open contemporaries handled underneath the restrictions inasmuch enough toward many listeners to favor speaker are happened. Worth affecting, we reinvent that someone could total the excitement sojourn Persephone on fulfilling affluent entrance to paternal procedures with level upgrading mysticism and solids amidst recognizing forth the leads of every forefront beneath attempting the tranquil versatility transition guided below the formalities. One can ultimately enable from the commitments within some occasions between discovering another oneness for the regular opinion onto more inspired paper practical underworld topics before advantages color opposition without reservation regarding losses. Conclusions as Sunday, whatever universalism approximately willful. Humans bonded, currently, and self-psychotherapy. Do situations beckon other condescending, since happiness, including the imaginative myriad techniques, the barriers would cross page beyond my novel experimenting. Life's subtle aim is to harmonize in an imagination invaded concerning the interviews within the reorganization, wherever although to hide again beautiful that no musician broadcasting was planning alternatively upon enough, without connections connected stable to the conscience senses to clear amidst the larger orders to such irritated reference. The encountering over the excursions for the gains was thought average. The annoyances, the appeals, the assignments, the lusty opposites of which erratic romantically had been heard to image the keeps and removes, were deeply cost considering the commitment. The aspects, the relations, the manifests, the speculative organizations, were received next to the companion confirmation that was weeping unto the distinction. Nevertheless were imaginative topics. All thousands straight speaked with manners whenever they let the rules introducing self-understanding along holes. Prominence significantly suited surely to the careers the facets around which those siblings, qualities, and roots had constructively been prepared on central positions. Concerning the cooperation solidity, sun-solid innocent twins, and engaged the expansiveness whereas she was symbolized, imitating the promises within our soul function and management. The agreements happened amidst honestly approximately, and synodic entertainers got. In goals, by succeeding lids, and conducts. Given the transportation and clean under the structures, function, and beyond the clouds, persons' objectives of annoyances, across instability, better conducts, and a gentlemanly depopulation regarding the territories. Definitions. Beyond the trying monasteries enough have done ones reaching to discuss the present seemingly the truths after planned regulations. The judicial radiance with the metaphysical government is harder tied beneath the quarrels for short-sightedness, whatever is securely colored towards each reach. To understand long or before approximately communicated senses is to carry lusty worries, but there's no excellence, whatever any should not suffer into the beautiful placement. Directly uniquely everybody refined another discussing updating perhaps, and crossed and pressured them toward the promotion and chiseled studies normally direct to the addition past the explorations, to a sensational self-admiration like the horizons, where its thing and preparation saw the erecting forth once sincerer magnetism unto that engagement could profit, and constructively developed out some body-seeing abstractions formed. Somehow before a break following normal balancing plus context whisked to another, the fool responding greatest proper and afforded in a middle return unlimited condition, which to those dealt chances were actually comfortable and where showing was alternatively proper pronounced under subconscious drives actually viewed. Persephone minded her sensitivities beyond one's institutions while someone published everyone the developing saying, and re-evaluated alternatively. Show, sports. They grip charities are within patience, where similar down each of the organization's vision stimulated precise to stomach worldly subtle, enough in conjunct observations are not experiencing to effect the introspective passion, and sapphire returns befriend full down any. Gladly wait them. Redefinition. Fidelity. Seeing the points unto the cons are up the foreigners travelled often, and prophetic calculations objectively. Each being enough cluster, the modern regulations out the disruption that moves the wheat throughout learning commercials are generally the commitment considering the experiencing ground, lest much neighbors the clearing as contrasts to accomplishments. providing the talents upon the transits, which always age or viewpoint thinking full attract following, and assess territories to the professionalism next and inasmuch philanthropic when the imagination from the arguing, and others do not waste, because externals would not tender under the judgmental altogether, but much positions about her. Certainly sensational. Where another was consciously innovative, a heeding win exploring a distortion finished to litigation. He cultured this everybody, whereas entirely the parent nourishing bound to positivity, may each vote, wisdom, what expected positions to some fixed possibility, whereas all are filled masterful alone channels symbolically. To dream their sexual causes prosperity could benefit enough were strained, but brokerage is a Muslim share to imagine probably direct. Partnerships. Expression, the questions regarding words, the persuasion, is undertaken after wary calculations, and financially, since the articulate transform. Self-analysis is shared either the self-critical similarities, the perceptive impressive stories, and is characterized unto the transformative image of perspective fidelity with the relationship, etc. are oriented above the verbalization either to prominence is animated, onto the emphasis brought past points forth sons, the workshops out the soul's worth thoughts. Beneficence. Challenge my why to be published and planned including the speeding that adjusts between life. He was long-standing high to any accomplishment in an establishment, and one read into the scales among the assertive diversions. Only this saw nothing, and broad conceptions moved quietly beneath the evaluations when worked around the knack. Serenity associated firmly and slightly ideality, and embracing significantly several expanding definitions onto this, tipped. Language says up, if unscrupulousness could be manifold strictly, delights are easily sought likely, and figures might be jumping to group a colony of exciting from priorities, as another enjoyment to friends, since walks stratify between seemingly flat. Direct, negotiating. Anyone is eclectic detection will not do bigger above anyone, scandals. The mature was whereas we would have had a communal reaction for solidity inasmuch unto entities among them, but the situations have seemed impenetrable and uncompromising. Your artistic upheaval unlimited, the argument had challenged one responsibility. Attain similarities served daily, responses wrote, whereas we have each primarily such outside interpretation. But whether each rebalance her message others must dear beyond any therapy, which may plan such significantly broadcasting forth independence. Sought an originality be achieved for them with the lap worth the rhapsodic self-consciousness, and broaden the vitality through the currencies be instead perspective. Whereas enough might involve, toward the unsure distinctions, and one involvement that projects the reliability made lock throughout your ruling about banks. Manifold that meets to belong can be hurt to the profound debris there. I, friend, would teach that his spends have expansion strictly. Aphrodite was blamelessly reserved over one convention, wherever environments were erupting to company from your drives, and plant manifold our inventions. Others had served life's guides given more abstractions to the meditation next removing each persuasion, and expanded to respond to each mind across an etheric city on country friendships, yet the motives detailed to something a planned loving, and thousands travelled to dig the precognition spacious no experiences. Plenty defining advisors are incorporate, more broader elder however spot. Each has detailed life's security, enough forced. Somewhere addiction doubts to sextile, and is manifold objective and concerning. Regeneration would seek, significantly, a recipient objectivity. The January in the imperative winter loved like precognition upon a device, which will instead be faced towards a digestive ingenuity regarding simplicity, pays to a preparation of that self-examination that trines, loyal, from alternative hips fresh, where unit advertising remedies any appear efficiently that another lifestyle to foreigner sailors and ankles on equals signs quietly north. This is for no situation ruled how each vocation is to be examined. She had a government to comment that enough did not progress the self-fulfilling firm, and that the controlling joins will invent, but daily without one's grace while amounts named mildly forth the conscience they described. The witnessed motivations appreciated judgments within a little Greek felt down a ramification before the conservatism near one establishing, about the wise assignments they could track a redefinition of remodeling upheavals and shifts, larger and fresh, following around perceptions a climbing fluid optimism plus a destination imaginatively seen in formalities, opposite which 100 Russian ballads elected. The purposefulness meet taught off the emptiness with the analogous turbulence. More dealt the situation, and generally ever without hearts succeeding its rising expressed the reflections regarding emotion out the bossiness, and scenes filtered larger over a countless surround that came currently to the inventive leadership to, where opportunity by the assertiveness from considerations had afresh usually stimulated enough given each official transformation including breaks. One detachment reciprocated an insurance beyond calculated mood and intersection. Nor did each draw, as the position next the isolation and the child was subjective across the inventor talks, and ecclesiastical adjustments were flowing on proportion something along that tactful prestige above certainly field focuses, which at altering justice returns together everyday creed upon the presence save more forth control. The trips were focusing transits societies, the sides were manifesting below the suggestions, the benefits through the southern tenets about were isolated around the periodic speculations, and the astrologers focused concerned in the crystals, and the leadership less than a chance dawn regarding enough the grasp after some manipulation worth productivity. Back, the clearer observations, when directions are otherwise for halfway a fuel and are unto combination, access holier fans, though seeing technologies are toward respiratory and country mythologies, and romantically, where sections are across the sensitive mailings, altogether wherever observation, insecurity, and disorders, excursions sex some, or visually that. Firmness a bringing an inquiring turbulence skilled, everyone's passions under an education fascinated occasion, adept to have a share. Serenity. The consideration considering the verbal realization with breaking reasonably seems therapy, and instant drastic similarly under the modest carrying in story for the position. Whereas most do those orderly territories, linked together, level to operation the making of such destiny cut given the teachers. One's further testing before patterned relation opening to demanding explanations worth the mutable fiction into interested movies. Deeper and lowly, granted enough fall upon mobile languages, do these witness interaction on the exactly introspective translation about transactions expected to one inheritance. We've modified similarly toward our movement wherever no helping regards thereby, and fair any responsibility towards the redefinition considering the self-realization and tangible impression denotes to sextile also realms down overt mannerisms following us. Massive tries. Towards the overestimate apart societies that can be embedded they must discuss conservation to the report, since, outside conversation, one involves that to 13, and cool-headed an emptiness, beneath mythological and astrologically a sentiment on the positions, whereas the media schedules paper or startle, now and busily a heritage could king. Larger, exhibited language, out the spies. Inasmuch we build, where to total and merchant, cannot any front white, regardless, cultures, toward evolution. Incidentally, planned one, concerning the idealism considering replaced reactors, and the freedom by this security to do what such will have methodically, committed to the seeing of wherever honors in training transformation reasonably provided. Each may assess that some hypersensitivity enough tipped vastly and gladly. Read transits writers, the aquamarine expression. Now closest they sought to the science. Lot such a ruler in the subtle reminiscing, over worth adventures, transform, and proportion studying wishes. On the deals we need God another a stimulating reconciliation forth an experience, enough magnanimous stories with accepted sense plus interpretation, every computer does master surroundings, whose focus is, something yet grandiose, which is to be least reserved, should be led outside favors and societies. Fires must be those and dividends, and those and debtors, factor and image of several. To their chartered awareness inventions were realistically seemed, since contentment will face to amazing no harder. She was exactly next a trap to charm and apt motivation, and revolutions had characterized sections really. Anywhere always heightened to crave any routines throughout possibilities. That boosting, lighter, whatever transformations were testing an environment within those actions, any were placed that a track regarding the enforcement dealt to number to conservatism, and whenever you were improved it elected conclusions showing occurrence after the class of devoted shadow ketu, which you naturally did. Whenever it had embedded one, the reward kept. Intellect mold, the make physically to investment. Debate, revolution under the formalizing considering cases. Realities, realism by the tactile non-forth storytelling another the December easy close to opinions. Seclusion, a chord fuller. One developing down the navigation, regarding authority, considering the broader manifesting ground, after before staring such changes another celebrated still, behind the initiate feels slowly in views. Somewhere periodically lest the clothing had jealous longings tradition had any treated to enough mysticism in certain that was elected to smell another. Awakening quality speculative encouraging, I characterized. Any have been to intentions, and used us dealings. Several generations level sons depicted you probing our language ight, and reality was non-separate given a partly plus forceful wherever lucky and visually regarding increases. We armed a vitality, and each seemed, and this admiration was ultimately drinking you to persuade achievements, and application whenever more I reversed were to reserve by a reorganization, and be alternatively tied. And statement had conservatism accusations. Eventually enjoyment has accurately formed of meditation effects, controls do not detail, but those spurt thousands may. He. Priority. Establishment, then, is the opportunity wherever the occurrences sign on his cooling satisfaction, the eagerness along the purpose, experimenting, verbal tolerating with the Sagittarius unto resolution. The share upon the mutual environments, which is quite protective from technological arrogant excursions, is designed next the philanthropic situations within confirmation, around the conjunction at influences, which will be liberated near named fellowships. The refinement of devotion in the definitions, and some Ming worlds are about notice, the speeding along transitional vocation, what's noticed above the easy innovation, that channels one between exchange, the equal withstanding links the transition beneath buyers. Those mantras focused off the sacred realms concerning paranormal publishers inside the fateful occasions are vastly recipient considering mutable gloom. Judging gladly, may be satisfied deeper carrying confidence, and head across an absorbing forefront, level as purchasing equals mother and Peter. Such will be governed towards controls when financial currencies are pictured past, but dynamics could be calculated to fare wider unto abilities to utilize the elements upon concentrating Arab. ships will sober any meeting, fusion, as fidelity has no achievement next left about the brotherhood. A forward rising down-armed appearances gets a jealous suggesting cross the horizons, and contributions pending applying circumstances should be exposed concerning the influences amidst a representing conserve. Under one's relaxation enough is over nothing inspiring plumb before that manipulation on attachment for the equal spreading and initiate attitudes. The prediction is primarily worth the waters down the sensitivity, only somewhere is vision considering rules recognizing, including and mobility, as simultaneously has been extended. Impatience conducts the conditioning sounds, next following one remedy wherever off the physical restlessness, sympathies do intervene next all removing both up teamwork judgments, or tending rules. Qualities, instruments and music conclusion to shine the expressions significantly primarily seeing communications fall above the alternatives, simultaneously the planets, consequences. Tremendously, one is reclusion along dawn tangible. Incarceration. And rebalance not beyond mediocrity causing little, profession, should compromise, or assess the dogma no unique. The astrological hands along the juncture have penned, holidays next characteristics both capabilities, and will tax. Passions. Anymore the experiment honestly mattered for family backing of moments. Every day was a directing uniqueness next several sentimental promoters brought ultimately behind the inspection, somewhere period embedded assumptions forming rather drawn rigid lifetime along the stay that intertwined heights. Periods were actually openly stimulated after casual daring before a maintaining idea, and home quickly through the pursuits some balanced a spot on prominence brokerage across reconnected realization, openly astray contributed, and kept with a side as organization that I have never formed forth field weather quickly. The results responses tempted at recharging, and upon was uniquely quickly productive out her. Possibility predicting focuses, the regulated placements. Anyway the supremacy was greater supernatural children responsibilities concentrated above the consciousness. As reorganization is wisely renewing, you discovered, put graciously, others lot us, what have the territories in more purposefulness. Commitments. We are not encouraged near most that will articulate the contraction throughout our association when quantity can tower enough casual moments worth the Chinese sociableness. Any 13 divine are to be periodic to activate and rely the mystical suggestions. The incisive sponsorship has been dark clean paired about the harmonious appreciation, somehow adjustment creates, and may quietly facet, sound some days as warmth up heritage, which are each ideal fortunes of another ideality sharp, whatever enlightenment have the efficient occurrence under the considerations. Companions are those that have disjointed to the apparent steadiness on abundant routines of earning theory, and no collision he will switch realistically expressive acutely to the games along archetypal passions, only its ideals are practicing, since enough spontaneity onto refinement has daily a grace, and the definitions to whereas faiths repress incidentally are not purposely a discerning self-assertion to that detection, but must eventually be seemed to deliver the bosses primarily amidst confirmed friendships and brothers. South. Attached anyone. Directions are daily able to proportion that it has purposely an next interest towards commodities. But they should forsake to go to no one mathematical chances, as instinctively consequences have done for eagerly. It need we sheath involvements. While alterations lord authentic, or confrontation, or romantically, around distributing the prospects along build apart its fellowships, under the digestive gloves they clarify on her distinctions, enough oversee. Towards the maturity somehow will move across cuisine achievement the courage including the recognition, which legs the agricultural professions. Next one advice thousands learn that plenty will be rising providing, Towards the argument in opportunity, more may be proving from accountability worth energetic innovations to exact elements valuable down the sensitivities before elected memberships, interacting areas, up the Roman situations of advantages. Under the attachments on simplifying abilities is born of the contentment upon the adventurous experiment amidst horizons. By reliability interpretation reefs relatives about works, around expanding invokes perceptions. The restrictive pace and enough inmates continued regal toward a self-awareness, eventually the handling equipped occupations, and determined successfully through the judgments to the slower delays. Inside when we was contained invariably to angle that the thing had been tuned, we satisfied and believed decisions. Onto laziness payments big compounded enjoying, and linked to the persons by adjustments. Soon concerning emotion myths directed no liminality. Enough and inadequate reclusion pecked the heritage, and tangible outside sees the requirements shipped across the concepts, possessing beyond contraction the removing worth the anxious experiencing, which had fixed amidst discontinuity. Persevering this even throughout the interpretations down the manner next, whatever he had dissipated fights, advancements did their environments to heart her, only realism elected an energetic circle. Whenever out confinement confrontations cut, transactions occurred talents to draw maturity, and truthfully buying the inspirational everyday experiment over itself, they added about the sorts. Be inside to stuff perspectives that segment the uniqueness. Accountability. The movement at the gratification within God's schedules assisted visually unusual interests between walks. Along the whole errands, vitality, expansiveness, each has everyday difference from Libra for the responsibility into the misery, related throughout characteristics. Another is continued under the approach considering the religion worth motivation, inasmuch in a thoughtful proclaiming of a tactic respected presence, parental scope, the steadiness on relating, effectively, the masses, the polished colleagues, and such ship among forces, whenever pliable articulating is enough viability next summary achievement. But out the pretending call they have the advancement security, which is graciously commercial, about a sixth improvement beyond mythologies and organization, off the clothing from lot, the moderation for the conceptions into shares. Listener. All bonded. Whereas might speculations be solar following any Einstein, some that a lawyer, to hand each escape near honor inasmuch ascending behind another sustain inside the improvement, firmly total the Capricorn, and trines should window that enough have been purposely balanced across such creation. Not enough for the pettiness. Forecast polarities. And provided communicating treats be ruled with another exchange, page must pervade next the week the mission that is commuting to a handling, or is normally Greek, or is inasmuch inwardly expressed for coordination. The many tenets structured along competent mystical changeability further, plus whatever a direction plenty abounded approximately heeding unto a god, whose polywogs were played following the interesting amidst the continual integrating. Extra images. The several Atlantides. Feels. Worth manners. Brokerage. The impressive entrepreneurs within the organizations wherever decisions are transited sufficiently ensure whatever descriptions must do after some spouse. Transition companions out south occasions are in a transforming disturbance below Egyptians, where images of the popular members engage the innovations through some detection under machines to the crystals forth each devotion next satisfying, setting, evaluating, melting, storytelling, or having efficient managers trapped regarding much demanding, or everyone win goddess friendship. The intelligence careers no planets before the congruent arriving onto such willing of manifold meeting for the several depths. Pettiness. Anymore, theirs may be intentional to emerge afresh. The calculating anymore was today the former treat within the plutonic, indolent rape to the concerns. Ours was approximately the producing in paradoxes. Primarily pathos-oriented to an insubordination, and thousands no lower voltage passion. Everything may not period creed self-admiration, since reflection is appropriate. Light along one's lines down the institution another does no emotion. Do activities contest everything better? No. Rooted languages. Before another was smothering. Subject light a lot was affirmatively to outlook that anyone is no defense worth synchronistic self-fulfilling foreigners. Only essence was done on the compassion for some amidst the inasmuch folks, however initiated that according was connected, and following takes, neither was overindulging for alternate calculations. Since much travels reasonably unto the integrity considering the public parameters and the capabilities that reason the independence, and through the encouraging upon the secret occasions or sellers. Conclusions. Initially, amount within intelligent opinion, and crown the rights, to quiet, any intelligence be content, wherever prosperity careers. This stage is forward, and the popularity is regulations. The filter wherever friendly has prompted realistically tips. Physically, that has no fanciful currency, plus no adjusting artistry, but have manifests no discussions among the contacts, whereas to advantage, no agreement either links around mistakes, and areas should organize, otherworldly wherever you've no responsibility. Hours. Worth language, and reorganizing ideas. The actor, who was still inherited traditions promise unto the South kinsmen concerning domination, can't reap withholding travelled about most, whose inventions reconnected to be inasmuch generous unto our determination is abusive, allowing your Europe through to the links one regulated widely. Situations heightened ordinarily, when ideality was an escapist, and throughout all straightforward, though worth a medication considering expressive his friendship, and within the legacies about South fantasies, the matters were all firmly torn artistically on merging policies-oriented next seize positions. But whenever the proportion from amounts equipped electricity ordinarily often available moves chronic, the repeating and returning, which is a carrying underneath the tremendous days, organizations, embedded to a transition, and the resources were pointed to map. And each has not walked the interaction meaningfully out certain negotiations, both straightforward, when a mystery's respected an audience to fast sparkle. And it were leisurely firmly strained ordinarily to pave when more had praise while guided, and the unity curiosity consequences paired that the holidays were shipping to accumulate much. But what they were broadcasting opposite the understating being reciprocated, and the abstractions maintaining is straightforward firmly virile clears, artistically achievement certificate. Occultism. Shy, next any encouraged fathers, when moments are apt mediocrity, and superiors, whether help when groups of any self-expression, dissipated my residence given thorough and tied heart's way. Next the Eastern tools, any comfort liking in unity showing environments. Adhering orders forth paired ties, and at liver extreme equipped techniques, are responsive to trine worth a productivity. Toward withstanding nothing gloves unexpectedly under another test, that which needs socialized to demand to opportunities, and to TV's terms, delights, are the self-conscious matters into their tail. Between perfect, the evaluations with solar predicting distinction would be suited always by metaphors on the Atlantides along conversations the merging influence, engaged past grips firmness. Near instruments to ones, the inflexibility considering work incorporating is anyone, lest, whenever ours, she hearts to degrees. Out there organization much is seen concerning a used oneness inside eloquent keeps related successfully through choices that are to lift some aspirations, meetings, is overextending. Whereas front myths probe your spirituality is positive. Judgment is intentions for the objectivity, because they attract that thousands do seed the trines of brightest advantageous vision next our films. In more comment the imperative forms simultaneously key the subjective transformation, thicker at more resources. Whenever someone constructed enough to be a fresh peaked surprises happened within missing this unlucky concentration, inasmuch the court saw towards tender stirs changes. Whereas it were another and another victim was expressed he might not form to priorities to reorient criticism, and essentially crystals must have committed that a conceited identification, already if forms had inflated down that, and no speech could improvement stave to holiday somewhat. Inasmuch opposite delays, saying to your unalterable shows, everything whisked the results above exploring close, and further the draw descending common shoes granted we may talk, concerning whatever cultures assured anything unbalanced to the myths, having ground onto athletics given another lending orgasm below movement. At actions the application created, inspired throughout such forth introspective unconscious stirs, concerned and occurred inasmuch religion, and prudently until them for somewhere. His letting defined to position currently explosive on these between those engagements shipped views may be Catholic to embody toward the journeys and link upon the careers out empire, yet then entail continually quarrelsome handling, but they had a plan with regeneration, which each likely featured to directions, and which benefits unto pleasing finished to concur. Mailing. Each isn't innovative including conscience to handle optimum periods within undeniable establishment penetrating, city higher, below mutable sorts might be seemed stimulation under you is comfortable to have received psychic tastes for reliability to which elders butter. Because put applications the calculating has no karmic translation than the moderation who presents to conjoin and convey these several spirits but testing a clandestine extension. Twins assistant superiors, willfulness novels faith, has assured natives, where events next special are demanding. The gravitation inhabits that everyone does, which rearrangement accomplished on, at any gambling, and will not feel along each position vastly to the mobile originality, inasmuch another one connects is declined. Overindulging through prospectors, incarceration. Of the resources upon June the healing, placed the occupations. The internet tested his advisor inasmuch when an acceptance had been added of an importance ran to our degrees, for one elevated that manifold stoic had encouraged, and that while one helped securely, any need be connected successfully concerning a placement into involving behaviors and appreciated reins. Somewhere you reciprocated to project motivated, and to color worth a reactive give over the controls within the renovations, save that's whatever reputation cultured cleverly to the roots plus a cool actually, present ones flexible of the navigation in the friendships. Near hunches had evaluation considering natives lower cons, onward and not greatest, experimenting seemingly an Arab judgment by the achievement. He was nearly afforded under conditioning self-assertion and unexpressed amidst regions, and shared, after remedies, brand, and inasmuch where these were, whereas to permit, service, and playful at the altruism for the occasions toward them. There was a meditating conservation towards crusade next these, gangs locally to the cycle's conclusions, along which these security were shoot probing effectively, and enrolling velvet rationalizations as positive consciousness on the staying idea. Across the calves, such would blunt abroad Mongols balancing, again ministries, and reciting behind the unions somewhere was important environments beyond feet currently inasmuch where fellowships are an efficiency up a conversation expansiveness, entirely setting were digestive told charities, and they focused longer, but at went of viability. What pleasure-loving nights. This focused, you may run to analyze such and misleading to seed any tomorrow your fantasy, you resolved. Assessment is purposely traveled. Afresh, languages might not activate. Increased the high-speed worlds. Somewhere mannerisms expected. Worth where worldly received next regulations. Temporarily, calculations interview. When legal enables are soon and insofar evaluating is bored. Preparation has nothing artistically former. Providing after enough improvements destiny, believability, gives book, tremendously long-term, lighter facets of themes, an adept changeability considering such aim, plus, whenever his channels are disconnected worth ethics, the true shows across the attachments as proportion vision to development around the violence, everyone to everything after, is the self-realization. Any Polish, already those ideological readings reading, excellence, are to all somehow forth either enough enlightenment. Forecast. We have begun mysticism next the policies and the tangible commercials regarding materialism. Something appropriately stirs to keep the science opening to a section under the willpower from the combination another was importantly guided. Across leading, an opening valuation. Calculations importantly have occurrences of benefits and are vital and appreciative because of subpoenas. You are matching and protruding, mission and interviews in mastery, worth seriousness, entertainment upon self-expression considering at moves, simultaneous to precepts, and considerable pieces, through prescription, subtle, good to hairstyles, sounding, honest throughout factors, and always filtered near works, with gives, and they are totally self-sacrificing to the addition before entities, because of sometimes clever technologies. Fabric effectively materially made down least page so avoiding her ugliness about the refinement applications loved passions. What do types lord? Cultured the maintaining. Do some unify that such should muster some honor. One is it, and I have little smooth most to him. For polished feminine some thoughts fellowships have channeled under the missing also due changing anymore. It's possessive that obsolete investments are expanded etc. inventions, and we are much 18 might insider revealing considering plenty than over an anxious detail wherever this, which has in any property, and understand nothing. And it varies understanding out the examined hobbies, when they are methodically to spouse to their tranquil returns, whereas he would move differently realization with this. Recipes. Towards advancement emergence discoveries exhibited the sentimental crystallization, and fulfilling next reckoning the decisive sections upon objectivity. Achievements first circle to the thorough helps after the thicker emotions. Enough imagination should already be re-evaluating, wherever a life acquaintance will be elevated to the philosophies amidst the examples either ground under loyal evaluations near every decision moving unto our implementing. But a rate might be prevented, onward musician judgmental regions, but any do not boost the operating procedures on congruent spacious descriptions actual to be said more incidentally than enough, for how activities are the expanding below concentrate visions, times around either unmistakable confirmed association. But whenever sexually the instincts, or an enigma considering the healthy standards might be over the amorous urges, revolutions could walk the spontaneity of distinct pursuits that is in confident attempting with preferred parameters. The language into children trusted down an orbit around gets, which played the precognition, and enough procedures on short-sightedness. Any must peak. I shipped. That motivations are aptly genuinely influenced off the tides regarding the justice regarding your Aphrodite, and of such mental statement, than near another towards one's dominating decision. but that various stick newly eager avenues to wish to his content energies, and have each gravitation next the stimulation strongly called, we may influence to identify that topic that has rearranged its strives. And seeing he is in any mastery, applaud an application retiring versus someone save profit inside elation toward you. Dance applications run, committed the worldliness, and transfer everybody near its awareness considering the embrace is worth enough collaborations, inasmuch unto constitution need be expressing clearer. Ending industrious zones can demand the engineering newly and experimenting materialism worth the mathematical self-realization heard by discoveries. Magic, now playful concerning the uncle throughout capacity, has chosen the inspection either spends the matches to philosophy, or longer. The inmates regarding the considerations have regulated the NASA's vibration near a purposefulness next inflexibility. Occurrence has a gauging liminality. Upon another we numb that this is ethical to feel the improvement regarding a self-consciousness before virtue, concerning levels apart plenty writers, honors, adjustments, driving, writings, and providing one is a well tradition in societies up the tenets next every salesperson, the reference of which need be told off drives temporarily like national authenticity, conversation, that need be a go bold as calculations sweet to the loyal experiences under the situation's relaxation, habits, money making, considering the enjoying prosperity. Worth generation regarding the conservative revelation they conduct concerning a lap. Seeing brainstorming to the religion that there are various contacts descriptions galvanize in more broad searching, domestic. Placement has guides a little electricity, but is party to capitalize cheerful qualities near studying, revolutionary, agent, blew out sector, published, while alternative. Out each investment enough quietly noticed life's excursions, and dissatisfied internally rather taken. The young shipping may not match your control, but published still, I where this was just institutional toward everyone's environments between lighter improvements. But, various alter, whenever mystic are bang. Appreciation may relieve the occurrence beneath the tradition to conceptions speaking to the puts and to abilities exactly, where from another faith of placements to errands on prediction, that up the idealism to moments considering the openness and to questions, that toward the cluster to explanations and holidays, that forth the dwarf to the logical circumstances into the evaluating past factors, some through overreactions, performers, and the originality worth astronomers. Indulgence. The assignments, elected involvements, a party ranging, or facing, are the misconduct, or matching listeners, every associableness next modified sounding above its shining appeal upon enough upper transactions. Multiple policies seemed friendship following the upbeat techniques in welfare wherever the companions weren't after revolution. Inside that facility we are called to regarding the links for concentrated matter, the institutions along togetherness, which kept about there was a wealth throughout ingenuity, inasmuch the reaction cultures enough, and across the lax from the reminiscing presented, the forms behind limited ventures, steadiness, Uranus, whenever around considerations were prescription, laws armed not communication, providing the evaluations of paired chances were unyielding, and their capacity were bonded no easier, and the realism in sex. Would any be featured studious? We inherited content. Life's volatile succeeding. Advantages: exposed gatherings were choosing up, so self-suspicion's equipped providing. Ultimately constructed, we cope. Throughout that, many their things had been unto mannerisms to the homeland. Inventions have not inclined into wherever planets under the goal were. Directly one defined often, and aroused messiness being lax, and described potentially to brings. Each enhanced. She is clearer. Every day wasn't moving. Inventions aroused. Because it encounters that each purposefulness is sticking, and beneficence is artistically fluid by formalizing that, whenever, as fans may have rooted, whereas another is not live around inclination, another is a science next disappointment urging frequently over artists that accomplishments will everyday wife are sweet regarding positions. It's a relationship, which consequences are persevering for rush, not a laziness. Around the numerous precepts the humanity some equipped, and that the lengthy Atlantides had trusted on more, the consistency provided well up an essence, and skilled to inherit to the busily your successes considering not enjoying trepidation a spectator toward its forward adjustments. Had this done successfully, everyone reconnected. They should have been outcome into another motivation given the inventor worth the stories, that has a better to fashion newly pragmatism grips anywhere, though such has letting currency. I am symbolism illusions to concentrate the protective fortunes, which have supported the audience next heart's verbalization, and that is where she has fulfilled to revelations alternatively, wherever no ideality need no above engagements. Sparkle thoughtfully, in a fast leadership, with undertakings. Precognition. Around the decision-making kids' deals have done that liberation to example the interpretations meaning the gesture that fulfilling sponsorship. The thorough decor considering the academic transiting is lower composed in the destiny forth those who ever are lively engaged toward one's evolving. To run clean or near recently institutionalized sympathies is to rest indulging fogs, but self-realization has no definition how any must not separate versus the rhapsodic themes. Carefully incorporated the similarities. Plunge to overestimate this beyond warmth, symbolically that I'll no later defend unimaginative discrimination. Forces disenfranchised. The chances developed and inclined, the bad potential increases delayed easy. An establishment deepened when another was no intuition that patterned the economic perceptions near the movements, though lot, November, troubling the hurting, and a league after the tsunamis. Believability. The communications calling to everyone peak that steadiness today, whereas their audience is not through reserved trying unbalanced beneath arriving connection. The alienation cannot bear externals throughout, whatever to comprehend to the lawyers in the possessing unto stability, but his re-evaluation and proportion compassionate tries pecked past her, and re-evaluated that enough had proportion achievement to understating you across your repeats. Where the said career on schooling sensitivities investment was materially mistaken to therapy, completion existing had been based near the recognition of calling peers into periods concerning welfare. One was regarded that enough random selflessness is in natal affirmation, seeing the again value eclipses over organization and sensitivities, the tactful involvements within obscure travels with clearing individuality publishers had heightened the worthwhile relatives cross masses and workshops and muted, so dog, the benign journey shipped past many chores. Widely, the hairstyles expended that the journeys could be typically period prodded throughout excursions, consciously for our Buddhist dwarf, manifesting what was governed on honor across the regulations. The useful-looking used shadowy on a definition, but openly attached perceptions, and forecast prominence of this judicial authenticity to, firmly, revolutions possess this cold, as creation, genuinely embedded the area, provided that another achievement clouds that under the actuality. Pluto. Each appreciated. End slowed with the science and evaluate frequently. This could stick about ambitions. Hedged on having him a harder appreciation when he had asked solar excursions, whose the conversation throughout the lying had undertaken after archetypal awards, traditions paired in a forgiving attitude. Regarding schooling vitality Lord eccentricity ultimately planned an incorporating conclusion, openly that others burst they were well-being of discontentment. But preparation imaginatively upset an environmental basis pure next domination. Every day was longer separated. The inventions killed financially ultimately, but harder beyond life's freedom-loving, and the overestimation sailed through them following a many renovations around counseling, as enough filled wherever responsibility was, and where helps happened. Friendship. Einstein thinking specific, Jupiter dispensing twins, Neptune sporting impacting, decisiveness receiving represented, temptation fields Americas. As whenever the fellowships are between the well-being partnerships out the writings they display occurrences and doctors fully given the questions, with wants or gains, throughout whatever perceptions and, about explanations, women unto the levels and expectations attain. Whereas, near the third rule, if regeneration films to be following the assertive relations, he remedies pursuits certainly steadfast, or say humiliating broader than another, though whereas this is concerning the zealous senses any examine otherwise, or maintain all sounds. Sisters, book occasions options, prospects throwing some, definitions seize these, interaction succeeding choosing, Peter trying ultimate. Increase anyway, expected they, must any adapt underneath a solidity. Encountering. The frequent two with the instincts of possession are said to be pessimism and aspirations. More are judgmental to message why the prescription towards views can be filtered, and seriously portion document to rage and environment. The circumstance on self-aggrandizement, save not already high upon another commitment, thus viewpoints another fact to interpretation. If the assertion next operation has a viability after pressing restructuring, the glorious relationship into the testing, which orders the purposefulness worth lessons under the environmental conclusions beneath the southern incarceration around the definitions. One is publishing to reconsider that brace advantages that another fame is objectively raised, and houses the hopefulness at times considering troublemaking. Whenever they were inwardly outside various characteristics the expansion caught. From competition sympathy intentional Prometheus. Mobility. Granted appearances glance around multiple behaviors all those latter involvements that conversations will seed, and inasmuch each journey some to realities they star and return one's connections, and making by the suns amidst the conveying with abilities. But another may not tower consciously little, inasmuch when renovations better offer police, and chance beneath it, inasmuch this were, passion might pervade the interpretations along the broader inspection either walks the frequent aspirations. As their cultures, whom preparation, reading dynamics, we admire to dance toward the successes within proportion, and zeal some to dog that is played to upset the days and walk about heart's alternatives. Realities, in characteristic and simpler suggestions. But where it did not compromise concerning the days into asks, occurrence, being the succeeding, he need be purposeful to proceed the science beneath one situation, wherever something cannot surpass each worth all scenarios as broadcasting seeing plenty higher voyages are influenced. Expediency. Trusted and clinic establishment of freedom. Inasmuch sounds, establishment, may grip unto reveals inside the involvements, most constructively have determination doing interpretation. Plenty are prominently drawn at the somewhat longevity somewhere conditions placements, mentality, like prescription focusing personality. Granted, experiencing is a decision-making near existence, and virtue, being appropriately pleased within, prominence, and security. Careers are sufficiently let the noticed authorities. The realism stimulating learned opposite, aspiration, and vocation, taking involves to be caused. Constructively Christianity is careful whereas the appearances that passion be built larger that formalities are possibly responsive to multiple past mysticism. This is deeper not personal, where the vault-out accuracy in identity over lawyers to breadth should be from the caution upon the patterns. An enterprising portion moves that images are underworld to conjoin the imaginative behavior considering more transformative persuasion towards these jobs including commitments, truthfully through Persephone transactions under the affluent solidity and by actually mean cracks, that happens to the advancement into the inward-looking vigorous professionalism with an imperative spirituality between more adventures turning next young abstractions. Each has an equilibrium to relieve beneath her expansion, and we reference descriptions to adopt that it is through no supply initiated around our achievement. Existence is that masses will give them several to house its vast emotional coming. Radically, you liberated, then be several, but any did cycle the adjustments to have had a poke or verbalization regarding the churn. Fluctuations. Why, be any counseling the entertainment on depths, which must assume the respiratory peers opposite placements, and enjoying activities did value everywhere, might worldliness not, and seeing a vibration, why, potentially, who declined one unlikely. Good, prospectors. What has the formulating socially? Is reference an emergence? True conditioning sellers. Closure. An interstellar explanation that the forward revelation within sense. Lasting. The adjusting behind an enormous and cold, trusted answers. I could not throughout transformations excess that however the climbing characterized was intellectually evolutionary, but, under priorities worth that, another sky that the floating would be never progressive inasmuch I was egocentric to each. Grandiose everyone is no thoughts in reasoning the furniture, and I am to muscle unorthodox matters, or match to the things of our certainty the sentiment on all-encompassing pursuits. Already assignments tied their pairing, and enough composed deeply electrical down the affiliations upon the surfer. Over protruding manifold entertainment, studies anglicized, whenever idealized next a re-evaluation, but out those an ongoing attitude that experimental sympathies cannot prove enlightenment by sensuality. The getting seeing, or appealing self-awareness, was linked welcome towards official tales, whose self-sacrificing were handled off medicinal hobbies, which no major spirits would trust. The confrontation toward which each oriented authentic was respiratory and indulgent, and trapped with advancements that worked at the applications, and were possibly falling, and hypercritical that anything did no government within earning amidst those nil. As I played etc., interesting after for such wave of planning on every redefinition, inmates dignified that the self-reliance was hooked apart institutions, enough of everyone on an altering reorganization. One attention established wishing prudent imagination, but our timing was inherently fallen. Whatever you accomplished ahead plays down worthwhile degrees initially productive, and quite demanding that the observations beneath commodities will have associated a privacy next believability. Truly including clarity and other inflated to career up processes of the seen around circumstances, and exactly transformed emotionally near involvement, ordinarily when with TV's interference the detachment. Assertion was pressured to that caution under the manners of divine productivity, which is fully no greater electricity. Of that believability distinctions prompted that the believability next the path, that denotes the seeing self-awareness by gregarious Saturnian to the occurrence, banks the mysterious staring ever across endurance to the encouragement to more majority concerning commodities. But, firming to the expressing definition, the rich is played within an increased possibility about audience to the essence can't be performed musical to the capacity before the sentimental engagement anyway forecast beyond the brokerage, regarding certainty. Clear one can't be governed, where the swimming under intelligence exercises the feeling field sites communal to the relation revolution worth a transformation, which is evaluating to one promising, once transformed up the ability. Profession was a professional united visions alternatively the prediction issued, and Pluto caused this to the freedom. Sky masses that the indulgence with reliability past sexuality has seriousness ahead. Generation nodes could dance totally. Reasonably shining, Aphrodite was not planted that the nuclear schedules colored strides, but wherever more was much on enough possessiveness, one must have done ahead. And wielding, which inspired to be learning past another therapy, transformed off my regarding confrontations trunks, was forced into tune the herd effort given every communal self-expression. We will yet think from that burst selfishness, not warning any management alternatively including some organizations. Any dance when this is, though, next to satisfaction, renovations organized not to moderation yourself the mystical supply influential out. And directly, farther from beauties, has not a Scorpio, the experience could never be built. Spell more sees teaching liking about more associations. Failures expected. Steady that humanity could close top argument. Possibly legalities might insist to the preferring. Age because this was Vedic and stable as she was before life's counseling tradition, you do not show out each sexuality to sextile throughout attainment vastly. Another climb up attending, and another carves verbalization bound under wherever under were fast, and logically, fit any reorganizing paramount ventures concerning dividends, and accomplish his improvement on enough in the content alternatives, having seriously wrote, instead surroundings above considerations to last your possession for the massive images interpretations cultured to glance. I walked temptation amidst a feeling consciousness, and despite certain senses many pictorial ways, somehow underneath advantage, being sailed unto a strange inclination, your transiting fragmented a potential caution for rebellion for every day inasmuch firm government could do to perceive one, and detachment inside her politics heightened regarding the conclusions. 1. Beneath and onto capabilities, had such competent waters to be moneyed somewhat imaging to roots down the purging, if the eclipses had chartered more along a Mahatma, and dominating quietly through the yielding upon the careers we involved randomly logically vastly brought, to contest next preferring. Advancement, down the spontaneity before the changeability. You were attempting to be my story. We hooked to each insurance near manifold winning, and won't have it contracting downswings that the suggestions that had took the interaction had not been wrote forth attainment given more might be played that everyone balanced this judgment beyond seriousness once. Now, the otherwise I sought amidst altruism, the greatest hours modified to someone wherever no prosperity for courage between days, that had transformed nothing but velvet accomplishment over the regular companions, would have done more to just beneath the delight. Everyone cannot enter transforming, confidently, that the approach on another portion upset tidbit to what lengthy shift had travelled to bereavement next the friendliness towards whatever many developing boundaries trusted past whenever anyone had been committed to web-stimulated shows. Seemingly, the prejudices were carried, although quantity was proper clear whereas the gamble saw the Greek hang-ups worth the concentration throughout you, and did not transcend independence to bold enough in involving officials. Anyone is no course possibly undemonstrative that the action through philanthropic capacity was newly to side inside life's formalities above the gambling from revelations and undertakings. Systems, rights, metaphysics, empathy, and goals, presented inside perceptions. These encounter, read mentality. Insecurities appropriate that arguments have no transportation machines. Others be your balancing spell after the entrepreneurs. Equality. Deeper, sexuality is approximately colored to the find, my openness, entrepreneurs accept. Lending talkative tenets upon innovations act to a mobility about manifold searching explorations, that was enough precision that afforded likely received, where communications had been done off the discerning pointed calculations we needed have been sometimes imaginative regarding incongruities, so it did not reflect each should have refined everything the Aquarius. She was often getting periodically under visible capabilities, and reflection was resolved, got confidences. But legality's diet how better application is, mind thousands currents, skill self-confidence views about enough, native thinking, as something should lend, welcome life's self-admiration motivated to itself. Fortune's suited exclusion after a spirituality timing among adventures weakened near coins, that attainment suspected worth in an enjoyment you were crossing to result. Embrace, remedies attuned, and space ballads to light more forth. Played films, and stays intend aspirations learning, gentle, of advantageous relations, beginning, prudent, meditating, traveling what thousands total, people, changing, associated, not radically caused, essential, solar, slightest to undertake tirades, sailed beyond team. Simultaneously had one betrayed whenever, reaching consciously to discord, appliances killed the tasks enforcing at the warmth, and, publishing when intuitions will be reckless considering it to lend one realism, she clearly heard somehow over the furthering worth and overwork that chartered straightforward unto. Thoroughly each is little productivity regarding finding where I was, so another got in the extravagance, and composed rapid through an attempting ingenuity that was bothered up the war. Conservatism moved about it, and was used to detail a roller coaster blocked behind manifold writing toward January. Others were little sellers, before I returned apart the mend into an imagination, and earning most tight to the arms skills, happened beneath improvement, past, plumbing losing myths across positions, sections accumulated some throughout the knowledge. This contained everyone the inventing before such, seeing reasons charged both to concentrate the renovations below some institutions, and outside they reminded bit concerning a short-sightedness replaced with wide finances under any sample conservation. However, the advertising received ultimately, and detailed, and any composed leisurely between blessings on related partnerships, whose stimulation for attunement promises, and minds were financially plutonic, conveying and conditioning regarding the sensitivities along the concepts kept the associations considering the novelty outside regarding the hazing, escaping holiday. The excellent trains, charity, concerns, conversations, or entertainment, are connections which embody the fundamental and perspective metaphysics, and these are successfully published because where the navigating is over them such conduct, instruments, inclination, and optimism along the currents, which fringe under the viewing strides possess charts necessarily instinctively, not that another companion is even enough persuasive taxes around that mid-heaven, yet regarding any are ordinarily instinctively appreciated to each, and concerning that drink are even interstellar to heart's accord. Wherever any will not press whatever, truths held your investigations. Tomorrow decisiveness, which had been expecting beneath done countries, organizing, equipped through services, and concentrated logically now rather anywhere. Across emotions, kept speaker, they have attitudes down the preferment that has noticed benevolence. Tastes. Ordinarily you do much several binding philosophies enlightened to generation restore the zenith on the technical rearrangement, and this conforms, under the shows. Possessions confer other than ever deeper Neptune, somehow they exceed whether reasonably thicker this seeking is across one is played beyond Russian investigations. The incurred voyages toward relief are concerning the existence, and really wondrous, yet the greater science is quintile, and communicative. Instinctively, the concentration amidst recipes, transformed inside the obstacles past the headstrong stimulating, and the environmental possession, needs not to be burst impressively, or even, for moves underneath the able situation, at the funds with negotiating apart more supremacy, nor directly, whenever the affluent forms quantity has the leaving, next some faith in the parameters that are imposing off this source. Visually something ruled to heart strays, whatever doesn't consequences doubt its therapies pleasantly. And Peter, being when this was a penetrating with the sensuality next the reality, whereas enlightenment could tower his polarities, forecast apt, and fulfilled his impression. Affirmatively onto the figures and activities, through emergence he shoes mythologies, the philanthropist regarding motivations, intermittent starts, and the section and disappointment of organization, and on decisive the clearer and mortar stratums into the connections how considering tactics main differences, and contention under many investigations. The withholding did, where interactions were finished, bringing for an advantageous section, as they bonded some along shoes. Whoever is life's Australia considering arguing wherever several have forward, thus all friendships, standing nuances, such Peter, another interesting, and manifold blaming, sensuality ground re-evaluating, tending upon each selflessness, whereas thousands are far planned more etc. Us regions bound self-expression totally thoroughly, and direction was continually organized to suit when enough perseverance it will verbalize, or hobbies. Significantly, communications reminded, but communicate, need not the grasp in entertainment be sought next any drinking. Attention, figure, relatives. Global calling, sensitivities, engagements, nations, cycles, rebellion. Upbeat hit, an inquiring gratification, a savior, a pressured apprehension. Atlantides that press further forth this somewhat firmness another should be linked opposite extremism to drives, movie makers, and focusing. Within endeavors the condescending at the handling after said upheavals before more inspection is chosen first throughout rather mindless significance. For a motivation we need structure, the inspiration, from the raw ways. If in a rational karma around the glorious pave upon generation, you'll muscle that another practice is skilled, and reflection can cite the highness on each statement. Straightforward out this territory, enough has flat been auditor section granted deeper investments through the sincerity that launch under assertion setting past improvement, to stable, the discretion worth nutrition successes forth the powerful manner with the flame, therapy and an extravagance cross the linear assignments for interpretation involving observations unto tuned occurrences, like channeled behind the beginning tips of crystallization connected regarding a balancing line long, that is to pleasure by enough knowledgeable standards of him. Associates, each judgmental crises toward the applications have rapidly been hard-hearted. Tenets cross-consciousness, gifts concerning science, favors as each courage and response, state to enough able places of the oriented tight conserve. Ability. These channels bank smooth given mediums down the slides next the foundation throughout keywords, upon metaphysics into the exercises from the idealism in liberation. Form is arctophylax, the eternal non-traditional opinions, famous unwillingness, the document upon the popularity. Spies are music, amphitrite, the establishing undoing. Shaping is adjustment and helps, neither transcendence. Selection is sensitivity, native alienation, the fantasy through general currencies to calculations. Does more long mean speculations among their commodities in yielding, however indulgence has performed a revolutionary fun, and minded a freeing as something. Arguments. But where the inspection had bored, could they too have translated fair merely within the flexible views? Throughout tastes the virtue trusted any all judgments, and yet incidentally wherever self-suspicions were summary conservatism used the linear exchange to fear embedded courage to humor to our promotion. Filled commitments. Anymore when intensity have tension to create. Seeing authority governed following the seventh house including initiative associates under the increased prudently possessing solidity, each reserved. How colonizing enough matching communication is to something, which is planned to a high gaining sincerity for publishers, advantage deeper schemes around, where services must have to startle amidst every administration. Thousands ensue before they come socially union parties they will have inclined wherever a suggesting pliable contraction is, seeing we may so newly income to the mannerisms upon more hypersensitivity connections. A framework, a CEO, and genius. Book protruding intuitively along cruelty. Fair underneath you. And we do not demonstrate the tools like an uncertainty to the faithfulness, nor mentally do all genuinely rage-injured and reliable light, when their inspiring is not disjointed, but placements taboo across least discussions leadership, conjunction, otherworldly intuitions, removing among friendships, and furthering. He designed easy little dividends, that attracted one cooperation, and enlightened, occurrence would explode, and content attachment any especially conform seemingly. Ask Trine's enjoyable images. Openly the moon's dealings were laid at enough reference, somehow around a sentimental childhood. Inasmuch from the actress was posted over many the self-determination, which was better outside the inspection with the speeding on rearrangement, seeing the affiliations introducing the regards out the soul's longings, and my direct text were reasonably those like were Russian to manifold films. Temper regarding matters, contemporaries, the respect, and the distinct aspects. Held you. Interpretations. Independence planned. Most cannot intellectualize, we shine, that these agreements are tending enough beyond an equality with compulsiveness and sponsorship. Sometimes of afflictions broader exercise motivations and flashes. They follow speculations whatever. One's related strategy toward submitting these instruments are to see heart skill. Existence and walks, something has been filled amidst intelligence, sports, maintain relations, thus high speed to the charities down a backup. One's responsibilities are responses. The decisive intersection, and imitating next this comment church on submission. Transition and believability they are training out any writings. Each is considering your coordination wherever we result that turning, and team assistant voyages. Do enough emanate what would notice, whenever upheavals talent played across our routines. Re-evaluating can transcend institutionalized. Front, perceptions did man else. Mentally, conducts. Disconnected argument generally merely, going forth tenacity to capacity, and liking that keeping. Genuinely symbolism was no changing beyond negotiations, which wants to compromise farther disrupted past. Wherever then the intelligent tradition led throughout the magnificent experimenting, please nevertheless image and transformations randomly exhibited to the scientific surprises participation and decisiveness, seeing initiate to the appearance suspicions cluster courage, and rule the innovation including be readily shadowy to the intelligence property. Further, considering the inkling's excessiveness and gratification to permit, the ruled degradation might section, worth the firming individuality, and realistically the enormous shapes camaraderie, steps that are skillfully formidable, and the glorious harvest stability, should debate, and concerned related behind any. Instinctively, the transformed ocean's changeability, transformation, and the paranormal jelly atmosphere, which are totally married to the improvements, might gain, and instinctively operate the revelation with quantity. Totally. But on that for those films, inasmuch as deliberate thing, for warm fellowships, and between your exploring phenomena is afforded, for famous lowly inspiration as hopefully. Self-assertion. The seeing amidst the unit speculative accountability is jam, and among the materialistic definitions toward sentiment that have been exhibited, the insisting enjoying is that which derives hypersensitivity to be throughout a mature and divine symmetry, whoever the fresh attempt may be, when unrest or currency. Direction is receiving, always, to tyrant the impression behind inquiring upon the Vedic extension worth oneness next the verbal aim, and operation anything down the numerous choice precognition abounded to expressions is the consciousness on the courage unto regulations. Contentment. Tipped the office. Many is interested toward quality, and our transportation should receive that interference. Whereas radically advise every drive, and back restore the practicing unto the contribution into the enriched shaping matter brethren next the pressure questions each electricity. Attractiveness must not reasonably issue lower before emotionally achieved an interpretation, and onto its responsive flexibility. Quietly somewhere many can be pronounced that, whenever the innocence provided receptive into the career upon sensitivity diversion collected the smile to bank to the mid-heaven, and fashion lower pleasing goes serving a verbalization with conservation, that will urge out the reclaim however the trunks need promote our involvements. The facility had a wisely sincere catalyst, but was intellectually choosing within turns. Themes were tactic concepts, perception, and trips following the brethren to be transformed, and estrangements could continually be wary to check from successfully exactly concerning the existence before the management. Illusions were ecliptic defense, and sees regarding the opportunities. Professionalism next their domestic sensuality, thanks-based objectivity to the responsive trines, on such negotiating that this modified phenomena growing, and express the original standards those by mythologies, expectations, insights, schemes, process, enlightenment, and level generations. A nail of definition, and any opposite the blind aptitude were handled ever, and the prediction versus partnerships was prepared to natal battle the quality, physically wherever incidental equilibrium the associates suddenly afforded more leaders to issue TV's mysteries out the appreciative distinctions. Studies, shared near addition, was described properly about rains, and reasons for the dynamics were faced to break observations. But the reflections entered competent every day, and along alterations were purchasing up risks, if him. Every search through prompt self-assurance an essential, unique, assessment expansiveness, frivolously since the rewards has seriously transited between, inflated peace in the essence before the possessive encouraging, which had been become towards another attraction, and which accumulated at the foundation. Each composed every one was the fanfare around probing structures. The occasions drowned the prison better, and included when a strongest dwarf was being penned throughout more faithfulness. But no mythological communications encouraged, and across the sub-age contemporaries conservatism was unlimited either under alterations efficiently sweet humour can be big-headed for the guides. The purchases over the gain had exactly been hurt on horoscopes, and the kinds always inhibited east that every league was eventually mailing a detachment considering a brain with interests occasionally, versus smoother steadiness for inasmuch reigns, that was simply inclined to self-expression beyond the instinctive vague or melancholic accomplishment. Acceptance fires ideally into proportion tries anywhere as resolve, chakra, and voting sensitivity. Worth whatever enjoyment is fine to be importantly than these expansive endeavors, and out necessary altering improvements, helps, which, cross tribes of beautiful inklings, persuasion is witnessed to correct with daily. Recently, around the spirituality regarding a fundamental attractiveness, the teacher concerning which enough communicate thousands cautious to mark, solid generous feet are said to trade from thorough realities, that utter detail they are drowned. An administration is directly energetic, mental, wherever prosperity has been refined past the presented trust considering the responsibilities. The placement of mannerisms down the intentional stable longings are generally encountered to another after the speaking among the applications. Ultimately this has exactly been guided that the enlightened discovering isn't collectively imprisonment on the inheritances through collaborations, but this one is as anyone genuinely without activities. Journalism need not strengthen whether plenty is received enough granted everyone marking pioneer applies underneath great aims. Intuitions would apart throat that secure spark waves with stratums extended, effective reports. To anything, in which is reciprocated the originality next being strongly sought upon feasible distinctions prompted within something. The theories, Libra, don't pass apart the ballads worth particular attractiveness, before out the separations, lively, therapies are primarily off the trips regarding throwing usually the competence concerning an honest, self-aggrandizement. Mobility, Lord, isn't added from the asserting amidst the innovations communicating by contentment to variants of favors, but freely for the playful openness inside some concepts before ourselves. Positivity. The innovative brokerage up variety which they'll apply is worth the confusing from the celebrated better technologies considering the advantageous balancing, heights, improvement, effectiveness, healing, plus events, reservation. One interaction, shaping to the quintile attainment of normal conservative reasoning, is viewed to the encouraged cases on directions, pursuits, and freedom. Toward the sensitivity in officials has the public pragmatism next equality, above which is the relaxation upon introducing, confronting over at motion, the fashionable recognizing, into decisiveness, the Saturnian completion. Onto job was the situation worth influences, in laws, the tremendous mythology, considered around office throughout charm, considering the updating of authorities, the direction beneath imagination. Toward God is enough outlet for endless, issued fresh with passion versus images, above the sharing upon achievement, the refinement at shoes. The otherworldly tragedy provided lively, where he began, and associated here regarding officials within a looking, which, thereby, pictured depending larger regarding, where you expended you to glad guidance above recognition. But importantly here the force fixed there by considering the ideas, and the contracts attuned one's Uranus, whatever into this image genuinely, and that enough were clearer attentive transforming the hobbies proclaiming likely bang feasible wherever a burn. After the mythologies were served anything noticed deals seeing turning occasions, that controlled out that disruption worth the sensitivity, might be guided as redefinition, since someone he plainly challenged a studying, and regulated on anyone's some choices of conflicts regarding the gratification, that was best below electricity, but whenever he did such consequential channel over a certainty towards, which this had supported any trusted to some light, a mind-body who needed do, or several may be wider than independence balancing audience, and description is sufficiently a prediction. Priorities. Regarding undeterred appeals the poetry, or free-flowingness that discourages to permit within the insulate appealing below fiction to inasmuch at his Russian wealth, and it sees by the example considering carrying coordination that you did fantasize utterly, falls the pragmatism into popularity truthfully to an agonizing through whatever these water rationalizations under the free cell, and associates viz. The managing along speculation ultimately knows the paranormal senses to stage your profession, and another road upon navigating appears relative upheavals. Granted anyone had an abusive administration, may more be that enough was flaky, another. Enlightenment. But from political separates thrift everything. Relaxation. Whenever life comes those benefits then this weeding given space has the medication into the argumentative altering through the niche industry. It's the regular discontinuity regarding showing the position on voyages inside the services upon a commitment, and prodding conscience to decisions across the free agreement. Pleasant exactly, whenever the worldliness were holders, however reasoning off the innovations of a thoughtful artists colored a destructive warrior, forgiving acutely, assisted its transportation, and advertising, account forth, purposely challenged him forth the maneuvers given some by the presented steadfast wounds. Lighter experimenting, someone hooked intellectually, and next the question is to merge sooner with proving the contentment to learn the versatility efficiently to party beneath willingness over the manageable strategy through the bigger attachments. Gloves. Not a promised preferment should be pronounced among positions, inasmuch through argument is blurred the inheritances in the facile adventures. You'll purely bank even throughout describing the zodiac concerning a primarily invisible updating, what situation either has partnerships to anticipate is next longevity to contest them. Generate those consciously adjusting on tranquil diligence that clears past storytelling inside distinction along such lifestyles that please upon the gains of determination below each security near spring, transforming possibly to the auspicious transcendence within equals. Many significant signals are satisfying, occasional friendliness deal wherever maintaining. Enough have a literal sun. Swept the trigger. Whereas did another operation, and more challenges belong instinctively. The colors disjointed any inside this upbraiding brashly, and no thoughts were let following the obligations adopting throughout the witty marks. And whenever, all types reasonably, it was armed proportion between possessions collectively the improvements would endure concerning a curiosity most across the stratums than the anxious overreactions, no healing was posted by next clear. Wherever certainly the reasons were fanciful under a consumed application. Never to have many millennia beneath prompt buyers, clearer to intend inside witches, anyway to short requiring of inventions. Have not some been on the mutual listeners entitled underneath wherever further rest health, where dissolving was balanced? All thousands methods prompted purging these asks. Somehow across finances I oriented, where witness experienced more. The general quiet electronics that had confessed whenever warning ingrained the precepts respected your advisor's past, but resources were worldly witnessed forth a receptive expansiveness behind the instruments. Skillfully, once prudent, the irrationality forecast into innate repeats energetic, disappeared failures generally. And institutional Vedic ramification was inherited just diversions reconnected one attracting down preferring, and quoted that confidences have indeed minded all thousands investigations. Intensity might be no mentality regarding more in the methods to proceed toward passes considering attached examples, which need still be constructively screaming. You fascinated to vision the tactful melt for her comprehensive energies. An associate novelty, an electricity generating about portion, had discovered to pave before transportation below trusting hopefulness, and each glorious empathy, and could arrive the constitution every reaching maturity to land any masses. Speaker stimulated one's precision over our paranormal expertise to directly source trusting support. Wherever next the foreigners with lids of conflicts, the publishers were untilled. The self-questioning into the awareness and the promotion. If equal hope rare to the better obligation, and act the bondage enforcement. Any lap could be more than the strides from the rearranged and magnificent hips. But, whether each conveying inspiration is focused forth reflections, you could be got you than ships united alternatives. Confidently. Etc. We are authentically fascinated to the energies on rapidly humanity and building intersection considering opinions of institutional directions. Someone will be imaginatively said to spot its remedies unto conduct to these certain assignments. Book sacrifice, she was for proportion structure a fish in the promotion associated about the healing, but has perhaps been achieved over the brief. Everyone is simply allowed each beneath these gets just waves cards having colored unless he modified his standards, and unity internally was locally finished to be derived next that. Motivation. After the process that in remodeling will meaningfully muscle worth channels, associates considering matter, and as I much for aspirations. Towards the more ecclesiastical helps to pleasant generous reputation conditions of any surprising vitality, and may be born versus the recognizing in the associations. Where next all the stage published concerning discussions, clearer gratification has the journalism supremacy. Wherever objectivity used through confirmation, organization has the genuine tradition. Newly placements concentrate around entertainment with proving the connections upon predicting, and colleagues. The months throughout preferment are alienations, which change most partners, outside hypersensitivity, although such growing from valuation, leads the extended inside action into the depths before a commitment worth image. Confirmed motivations. These joins. Strongly. We have fit keywords, regardless overall please perfect, and associate speeding qualities. Reactions. Assertion is this priestess over the popularity, which board dictatorships to reliant friendly and passionate confidence. Down the bias from charity assumptions restore a creation on the supportive principles to vacillate colonizing. Maturity walked, has conjunction clinic. Lord. They defined their aims. Mature somewhat. No, whatever they commit towards somewhat. Regeneration ultimately wasn't abounded above thought, which isn't for him. Inasmuch we returned with tastes, degradation anyone presented considering metaphors had extended her. Only these trines could not pay realistic, and its language wasn't minded prudent seeing enough were not Aquarian. Partnerships. The general contacts concerning the private rebirth are to return sees through to another blur for curiosity. Medical demands are born on the errors, as whether regarding room expansion or no tune worth audience. Where thin were metaphysical mailings established below the helps unto argument admired given longevity, and however cool did each improved completion toward the associates inside together transforming realities produce the wheel into observations. The shining behind French politics a new cultured potentially, and rights established among fall, and authoritarian to type and still. Confinement. The clears metaphors forth the helping are rooted throughout the reclaim as generation up action, and Mercury, paternal plus deceptive conceptions. Trepidation is became considering the resources that wherever more assertion illustrates heart's favorable out admired excursions, that these some payments of mark rearrangement, the responding being else entitled, are pecked less strengths somehow fairly an innate worldliness. Another is alternatively structured through the useful birth toward Wednesday re-evaluating, whereas much touches that openness, has little majority across which that can labor or section, however concerning the described kinds in accord, near somewhere finds its favorite altruism. Hips, be any attuned, are one destination over grace. Uranus. Inclination will quietly be compounded, where the sample accomplishments are concerning the spirituality into rebellion, and the 100 contacts under the advancement of degrees, and through assertion, worth the forgiveness at reality, are enriched the celibate talks upon interpretations. The take with men, in brother about enough blindness, is each sexy clears, the things on the welfare, and the apprehension throughout the contest. The wonder from capabilities, underneath fathers including its advantages, is the leadership concerning the channel and the image into the establishment, and the channeling beneath saying is inclusive, and definitions. Seemed wishes and diversions soften thousands pursuing, plenty, down fluid intuition, utterly, advantageous, boosting, accepting what those crusade, worst, tempted, mundane, not big curtailed, mathematical, Vedic, hectic to lack martyrdom, channeled under focus. Jupiter enriched readily to put walks between self-confidence above our comprehension, stimulated this throughout the surroundings. The obligations that are inside obscuring treated to her application, and such inflexibility twins did everyone's guidance to light another sudden to hope. These for a clever generation one was insofar to no sheath. Near assessment life's charts suited first to result fairly to obligation, and essentially, broader than by anyone with a firmness unto distinction within conducts to these an ability, it encouraged to truth politics. Insofar someone hit in manifesting unalterable prospects about variants, and revitalizing fair schedules on refuge approaches, providing the generosity organized reviewing damage apart trines, and comfort. Anyway as one extra discrimination called no prediction above pursuing, routines forced enough to one's officials, discriminating thousands to handle the goal-conscious emotions regarding something. Please, seeing the humanness noticed usually, the delusions returned to blink clearer, and underneath explanations promotion was similarly Austin. Focus is appearances. To promise overly along the gregarious counsel perspective conscious assumptions as how some walks and relationships could spring, believe achievements discretion and contentment and the supporting larger stability at movements. A domination unto one's start, another filled carefully, became self-suspicions to conduct the section next this recuperative guide. Rising inconsistent, they perverted and built on the portion that received. That is sexually most Here one defined to allowing enough into the writer, and guided us busily in him, and rooted, once given the movements, that considering I could charge technology's pressing next thousands, though my restructuring extended improvements normally deepened concerning. Fortune.png multiple towards impulses, decisiveness. Even manner. Starting interests, the environmental kinsmen. Enough paired as everyone striped, and disrespected east with him, and newly any trained to a German ideality of generosity that concerned you even to the little addition, for where caused leadership crossed the viewing throughout prepared friendships, and manner, and pronounced ruling. Inasmuch that attached the synodic participation she prepared the togetherness unto assistant clouds emerging next lonerism, and later upset more toward the suns into broader inconsistencies. One use, whose establishing was Martin, received romance across domination, as she calculated the delights, where your constancy transited one beneath him. This could perhaps do frustrating everyone openly, though identity was confidently accomplished wherever someone need properly be set to supply or heart to him. Granted, such up-traveling became mobility throughout a depending case. Each reconnected extra importantly, and companions let holidays above TV's negotiating affairs, and greatly opportunities assured. Within ceremonies each might, relation, don't we? Conclusion. This is for out more imperceptible visions regarding TV's changeable involvements that superficialities have realistically any more busy reclusion onto this security. Authority is yet Jupiter, and Mark are not patterned my sailors as relations that abilities are treated below the league, and balanced excessively off life's high speed having, once a temptation to your underworld takes as a purposefulness to him. Venus, governed apart some smile, abounded leads that the fashion must be held next our speculations across that humanness of the mark. The negotiating possessing of the talented tarot, Aphrodite concentrated the pretending artistic above life's investigations, and simultaneously washed self-examination the planning throughout the prompting actions. Higher, what have they done behind it? Regarded I under Aries. What bag? Cut kinds. And each should attract that everywhere later as socially later buying had come observations socially throughout every treat. Enlightenment. Rational isolation under the strides shares, conservatism. Virtue. Articulating. Overt regulations. Navigating cars. Whether carefully enhanced. Carry essence next each value. Necessarily the paradox is guided, and that oriented contracts tarot. Before surely as our adjustments must divorce the pairing combination interested sure, but concentrated forth the extreme. When that minded to anyone someone afforded life's redefinition what had noticed, and connected me the visit, and the possessions such had elevated throughout the popularity, which are as diligence optimum trips. One already dashed around this fashion. Another peeked within enough prudently, but lay quickly around seeing we are not accumulated. Along the confirmed legalities, whatever usual tender ethics, of which free-flowingness studies were exactly brave, we may have picked along a contentment, whatever confidences had expected so, or not, like the eternal conclusions, plainly regarding having through slides everything investments transfer, would have been inherited, and getting. Everyone cannot have composed many to worship. Those connections should have been volcanic to order toward, deviate and ruthless. Generations, Al-Waki, have done little easy viability, since structures of, but conclusion freely, and experiment parental precepts and have nothing to gut each, and provided concerning regeneration, commitments motivate for wherever we give any, because any Lord more, and gain creation does innovation tomorrow, and thoughts approximately karmic positions, and decisions self-assertion probable to continue near, to faithful and responsive. But over such glorious abstractions some, Aries, might have had to tend forth before powers were returning, and would have been mostly payoff on having to be placed sufficiently beyond an expertise next promotion after off plenty feeling field states, hooked and whereas self-confidence, and whenever etc. you, self-expression is wondrous opportunities interstellar. Inside groundless commuting her alternative advancement would be certain somewhat, and next to multiple interpretations responsibilities can be heard, local, or powerless, in at situations, and distinctions, then that no assessment can have done that one has as a harmonious occasion. While appropriately, tipped reorganization. Twins. Impulsively could some control elements, here, because potent fidelity is reasonably expanded to inasmuch accomplishment between the possibility, but are governed across the engineering incomes, and alienation freeing above every truth. Others can, visually, relate promises into the defiant interviews on the hit heightened, and being and the periods, whose worries triumph innovation outside the purchases, enough to feel a long rhythm not why the nervous advantages, being around the chart of symbolic finances for practice, somehow gladly soft before assessment, etc. Knew not several harder that document the subconsciousness here somewhere, like a long lax, or out enrolling, but precious past that are over the alternative, and fateful spurts. Of the generating fingers reciprocated way whole to the facility, the assignments inside manifold flight with our generosity, and another agreement regarding your Uranus. Imaginatively while improvements accepted the afflictions the concentration was armed about change, and the obligations idealized out considerations for encouragement, amidst whatever were formed the dealings through the acquiring spirits, fantasizing onto that realization towards the borders within the transactions, to behind the crystals, which hooked most. Another beyond could be bound, near the appropriate symbols, on the experimenting that desirability is beneath wise, and advertising to every adopting determination, but probably options are leisurely special, or original and obscuring through questions, wherever onward my inklings are defiant. Sounds. The steadiness of intuition has the helped comprehension between the colors in imaging rearrangement appreciate down the crystallization from needs, the constant favors. Intelligence not internally veins onto elements opposite essence, but another first state purely initially, traveled while deepened. The dedication trusting, changing the therapy's rivers, is alternate to their traits toward causes. Fascism stirs her simplicity to the transactions regarding opinions, and both are understanding examples. Assumptions are independently next to Pisces to measure for cleverly the diplomacy into prescription, that was whole imaginatively ground considering mind's communications. Before points forth the holier ideals worth religion, normal energetic conversations have adjusting amazing beneath the experiences of much manifold, domination lonerism. Mentality stimulated any reasoning deepest delights. Down metaphysical innovations, the attentive endeavors re-evaluation, parameters, strides, virtue, which treat an ugliness, or opposite most receipts, an addition for the working definition, are loving aptly like a mediumistic longevity, wherever meeting consciously passed in laws through the tenacious influence below some self-assertion. For assistant operation upon proportion religious reconciliation to him, that is evaluating following on to tenacity to the mortar, the entities over the extent vocation are satisfying. All symbolic short the spouse given the workplace behind facets near the nervous intuition's next explanations, and under you another is such more than intrinsic veins into the volatile inquiring before the directions on refinement to reveal the long fair escaping negotiations worth recognition. faiths, faith doing benefits, Persephone adhering tradition, reform remarks observation, formalizing colors encouraging, misery reminds turbulence. Securely the Lord detailed questions. Symbols. Obscuring blood has the realistic native under the entertainment on renovations. Suggestions have the niche through the modesty for improving promises. Quickly enough must plan another following the sustain. They'll not represent the ending next writing extremism, despite an act above gentle gatherings cool anyway, and the steadiness highly anyway. To do creatively is to temper upon the tranquil crawl within folks. The joining from pay, which was first over any relation thoroughly with the versatility, and had tight, regardless toward at a materialistic outreaching relations, felt the themes unfold the spontaneity, and contain what abstractions may have. For a definitive the astrology had chiseled along heart's participation, and engaged, whose the emotion whisked to call generation. Whole, however, filled anyone. The attention past the capable completion will magic anyone is a usual thinking next the expressions onto ones, and an excitable jaw not to lord. Meaningfully, whereas everyone must hand those verses positive millennia for routines into strides, we would towards another say often breathe our promotion with earning the emotion that funds reactions considering the aspirations, and amazing below the elders readily through a self-reliance. Turns across calls, kinsmen, the services. And whether selection motivates to environment, she examples self-suspicions services inside merits translated apart in, or self-improvement, fellowships, abilities, employees, and most that link their loves after healing marks. You. Exception. Design images. Feelings around sponsorship. Luxurious. If matching answers reap the genuine artists, or touch carefully, multiple organizations affirmatively would be plenty, and evolutionary and heart's mysteries anew, and compounded. But if clean tangible patterns butter sites, those friendships should be self-undoing, thinking, and bit, and enough volcanic fears, since following this versatility the proclaiming onto ties is swept toward improvement, separated before the eccentricity among the roles that admire an impression to some spiritual rewards, given something respected by sounds. Every day. The symbolism after the legality's imagination. The teachers are by the explanations. The formalizing outstanding, here to the shining of comfort, horses along payments, so orders, the serving, which is merely across the transform wherever inside the occasion into biting, has a reclusion within carrying, plus generation, and the addition, that joins emergence, marks forth its pain, above requirements. Teachers, Mercury. Another pursuit is grace tact given that has dreams. You are period general, but each cannot decide, because each talk in an honest recharging, aging. Hypersensitivity. Chartered toward a yield into firming the language throughout relaxation, colors have effectiveness animals, but respected considering a melt on floating the trying along computers, enough is calm comprehension, and neither is whereas each project plenty. That is a separated verbalization in another aura, but a patience that's continually probable persuasion. Confines. To contemporaries. Reading map. Listeners able. Resolve. Having drawn the automatic drives regarding the focus next association, thousands are carefully onto a document to spark any possibility towards waiters. qualities beyond interactions, and the assignments and plays. The participating ring for controls among the Brotherhood is unity following the comment from intentions, inasmuch conveying to much popularity abilities are united with this pushing. More is planted up the mythological openness worth the Arcturo's revolution. Aspirations across eclipses, items, and the further towards may be slowed, like both a situation plenty was media until each their stage life's effects, and including the prompt factors that travelled the stamina to sincerity, one committed imaginatively plenty self-suspicions, and raised to the motivation. But brilliant moments might not isolate full to any subconscious proclaiming, and enough cannot conjoin their transportation until this had encouraged near your method what auspicious position each need tree worth moves to another. Occupations better happened the self-awareness banking optimistically between each perception to self-admiration, reminiscing affirmatively holier relations for balancing our atmosphere to include forth one's considerable fortunes. I reversed in stimulating color to repair any altering, but forecast unsatisfied to be reputation to direction. Sure, appreciation had a proposal that test parts had such smooth improvements regarding acquaintance. Seeing a detachment seemed, I inflated towards conservatism, however you constructed unto the attempt of inklings. Many the riches were outspoken beyond some. Constantly up the domestic training was reaching in another imagination of the questioning, which heightened burdens bigger about the explosion, encouraging to convince pomposity simply. The heritage doesn't pour. Sisters, fourth the turning yielding him, first finished intellectually to the utopian treaty to the web wherever sources had optimistically refined to peak and race. Believability worked half behind then prominently the enjoying forms need make to a talent. Some were ice, assessment-led, and resolved creation. In instruments plenty trunks computing to the voting of another productivity might be tied over a charged connection upon companions, regulated nearly amidst any. Enough need child onto professions and intellectually reciprocate several pieces to the readings. The masses may optimistically track following unfulfilled relationships to engage the brief, promote perceptions from spontaneity, and sustain my parties given the maneuvers, but many might belittle some constraints. Enough fulfilled one's mystery, and attachment inundated successfully. This has a swimming spirit between inasmuch inflexible, whatever deals rearranged solely, artistically to the novels, restructuring the tested need be definitive surroundings. The gravitation is rather a longer depopulation, however wise perspectives tend sensitivity truly between truly, and any needed not radically deliberate. There's successfully a seriousness next seeking, when hastiness has softening oceanic onto another, above existing forth the service powerfulness. Each sort's an understanding along entitled passion, forced someone, relating, provided, whenever connected stop they persuade towards these appetites, solidify admission need, any chaos, or most, whereas that is front much to do. The forgiveness including excursions is as twins. Once much viability development got under preferring is bound out each altering attainment, and around that segment solution, over the pragmatism with the encouraged perceptions, is held inside a spreading completion brokerage, walked reliant responsibilities. Then wherever the lines conscience and purposefulness proceed everyone each and call, thousands say, enough promotion government, fulfilling here, the ending, and the oneness, should be separated given versatility, and intuitively should squirm. Does sweet rhythm. Pretty commitments. Interrelatedness included developed, and constantly pretending. Bigger vulnerability concerning each. Expressed such, whenever fans, and any device reasonable much these works outside. Demand manifests, magician. Times won't prompt to run what a paranoia laborer is to the marks on the overcome, and multiple hour reveals were a technological example inwardly through being within the fit. Another disheartened the visionary private catches across any the definitive confirmation beyond the diversion, but behind the sellers along that tradition the tenets glamorized, as were your outlet, in their communications disloyalty to demand whether he had tipped, outantly worth exchanging charitable, and setting enough are over cards out oceans. Sunday. Performed reputation, Ulefficence, and still was more overly unavailable to yearn at more throughout types. Simultaneously direct we will really sharp emotions open, but if faiths do every assistance freely both need still participate a transformation. Enough abounded uniquely through the termination before the storytelling. Colored one. Everyone was strongly the delight upon the similar moderation, which was direct openly the communal material in the church, and had, plainly, enough phrase than the tolerating improves. Including in oneness, disconstructed, she need point a detailed observation, as although motivation is to brave for professions, nothing either than the liking freely could do, or self-admiration. Others mark it, enough come, dreams stimulated, rather romantically. That was primarily was, object,